The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of April 9, 2026. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Kevin Trombley, pastor of Restoration Four Squares Church in Concord.
Good morning. Let's pray. God of wisdom, justice, and mercy, we come to this moment with a shared awareness that what happens here matters. Decisions made in this room will shape lives across our state, families, communities, businesses, and futures yet unseen. Grant to each representative a steady mind and a discerning heart. In moments of complexity, bring clarity. In moments of tension, bring restraint. Where there is pressure to react quickly, give the wisdom to pause and consider what is right, not just what is easy. Guard this place from division that hardens hearts. Where differences exist, and they will, help them to be engaged with respect, humility, and genuine desire to understand. Remind each person here that regardless of party, platform, or perspective, they've been entrusted to serve all the people of New Hampshire. Let integrity lead over ambition. Let truth rise above confusion, and let a sincere commitment to the common good shape every conversation and every vote. And in all of it, may there be a quiet awareness that they do not carry this responsibility alone. You are present, even here, offering wisdom to those who seek it and guidance to those who will listen. We entrust this day to you. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Milford, Representative Peter Petrigno, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair recognizes the Upgrade Quartet from Keene, who will now sing our national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bucco, DeVito, Kenny, Morency, Kate Murray, and Sofakidis. The day, important business, Representatives Gorski, Howland, Mallory, Tim Mannion, Lawrence Minor, Sherry Minor, Mark Pearson, Wayne Pearson, Plant, Sellers, St. Clair, Stavis, Turcott. The day, illness in the family, Representative Jody Nelson. The day, death in the family, Representatives Grund and Tulersky.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Zachary Pickle and Ryan Santerre, students from Kingswood Regional High School, our pages for the day.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Ryan Nugent and Jeff Wellington, guests of Representative Ronbo and Fox. Jamaica Lewis, guests of Representative Darby. Kimberly Fisher and Arnetta Devlin, guests of Representative Petrigno. Chrissy Simmons, guest of Representative Credian. Nancy and Guy Dupre, guests of Representative Verville. Teresa Truman, guest of Representative David Page. Aria Shams, guest of Representative Boschman. Chief of Hampton Police Alec Reno, guest of Representative Bridle. Representative Jim Thorne, member of the House of Representatives in Maine, guest of Representative Osborne. And students from the Five Rock Learning School and students from Mastway Elementary School, guests of the House. They're with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The chair recognizes Representative McGee for memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. When I first ran for office, my husband said, "Whatever happens, you'll learn a lot and you'll meet great people." And isn't that the truth? If we're honest with ourselves, we know that we are following in the footsteps of those who have been called to public service before us, those who lend their talents to this worthy endeavor of self-governance. For a brief period, until the torch is inevitably passed to the next person who steps up to meet the moment, the traditions we are engaged in is what brings me here today, to memorialize the story of a fallen colleague, an honorable representative who served with quiet distinction and deserves our praise. Susan Bell Durham was a woman who earned a great deal of respect and admiration in the town of Hollis. Both a state and community leader, Sue was a consummate volunteer, as she might say, an all-around good egg. Susan was the best of her generation. Born on November 15th, 1940, she was open, honest, kind, and curious in a way that lent itself to lifelong learning. She was retired 12 years from this body when I first knocked on her door as a candidate for Hollis State Rep. Susan's response was to warmly welcome me into her home, expressing her delight at meeting another public servant in the making. It didn't matter that she had served as a Republican from 1990 to 2000, and I was running as a Democratic candidate. She encouraged me that day in 2012 and supported me in every encounter and election since. In fact, after her beloved husband Frank passed and she sold her home and moved off our street to another part of town, I just happened to canvass her door during the 2024 election cycle, and she invited me into her home again, this time as a friend. Susan attended the University of Hawaii and married Frank Durham in 1958 at the ripe old age of 18. Together, they had 4 children, Elizabeth, George, Kimberly, and Allison. Beth and George are here with us today in the gallery. And Kimberly, Allison, and the rest of the family are watching the live link. When the Durhams returned stateside, Susan studied at the University of Michigan, a top 10 public university. She must have been bitten by a bug for the value of education at some point in her academic career, because Susan carried the importance of education with her throughout her life. She took on the fight to bring public kindergarten to New Hampshire because it was the only New England state without public kindergarten at the time. She worked just as strongly for New Hampshire to embrace STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, as a way of creating the workforce of the future. She wanted our kids to be prepared to succeed. And I know Hollis schools thank her for the groundwork she laid in the 90s right here in Concord in support of their academic excellence. Susan's love of education no doubt inspired her appointment to the House Education Committee in 1991. With that as her home turf in the State House, she was appointed to the statewide Education Improvement Committee in December of '94. And she served as its chairperson from 1997 to 2000 when she retired from state service. Susan's daughter Beth sent me some articles that Representative Durham had written in the Hollis Times to explain her work in Concord. Here's an excerpt from November 1993. The committee voted ought to pass as amended on a bill allowing towns and school districts to use the official ballot for all issues before voters. The effect would be to allow questions that are now decided at the town and school meetings to be voted on using the printed ballot we use to elect officials. This idea flies in the face of almost 200 years of New Hampshire tradition. The town and school district meeting is the purest form of democracy in which the voter and the issues interact dynamically. The voter has the opportunity to hear both sides of the issues. He can ask questions to clear up doubts, make amendments, and learn the ramifications of these changes. I'm opposed to this bill. If people are too busy or can't be bothered to get involved and attend the town and school meetings, then they should not try to subvert the process. Democracy isn't perfect. There will always be problems, and solving them won't be easy. But I'm disturbed by the movement to damage or destroy our time-honored and cherished traditions. As always, I want to hear your views on state issues. This was a leader who did not shy away from expressing her positions to the voters and asking them to express theirs. Susan's love of education and New Hampshire tradition did not stop at the schoolhouse door. Her desire to educate Granite Staters extended to her love of nature. At one point, the town of Durham, New Hampshire, recognized Susan Durham for her contributions to the state of New Hampshire and her dedication to environmental conservation and education. She was firmly grounded and stalwart in the best traditions of the Granite State. Susan's volunteer activities included being a walk leader at Beaver Brook Conservation in Hollis, a nature educator at the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests. She was a member of the Hollis School Board and a vice president of the school board. She was a member of the Hollis Planning Board, and she spent 10 years on the Hollis Zoning Board, where we sat next to each other for 6 of those years until she retired in 2020. She was a trustee at Beaver Brook Association, vice president at Beaver Brook Association, and even president at Beaver Brook Association, a unique and special conservation organization located in our town. She was a long-standing member of the Hollis Women's Club, where we got to laugh together at the annual Strawberry Festival hulling party, and she served on the board of directors for the League of Women Voters and was an active member of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Milford and also Hampshire Hills, where she enjoyed water aerobics into her 70s and 80s. Susan gave of herself generously. She laughed easily, and she pursued a creative inner life through reading and quilting and sewing and finding meaningful ways to stay connected with family and friends. We have a declaration of recognition from the House for her family here with us today that is signed by our speaker and ends with, "The New Hampshire House of Representatives gives its plaudits and accolades to Susan B. Durham for dedicating her life in service to others, for being a trusted friend, mentor, and the embodiment of the good work being done in the state of New Hampshire. I wouldn't try to improve on that." To Beth and George, Kimberly, Allison, and all those who loved Susan B. Durham, we share in your loss of this bright light who dedicated her time here to helping others learn how to shine. Thank you.
The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce there are no bills to be removed from the consent calendar.
For what reason does the member rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to move that the memorial remarks be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. Under the rules of the House, Senate bills numbered 617, 624, referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, numbered 408, 494, 541, 549, 625, 7 are referred to the Committee on Finance. Senate bills numbered 512, 590, and 610 are referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. House will now attend to the bills on the regular calendar.
So we have a debate on the amendment itself. Okay, so Sullivan brought it up. Then there's no debate on the line.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 482 FN, an act establishing consumer protections for digital access transition kiosks. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Keith Hammond from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Jared Sullivan for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1526H, printed in House Record 16, pages 37 through 40. The chair recognizes Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, people in New Hampshire are being scammed out of their life savings at crypto kiosks located in stores throughout the state. And passing this amendment will do little to protect them. In 2025, Littleton, the town next to where I live, reported $100,000 in losses. Manchester, over $1.5 million. And statewide, Granite Staters lost more than $22 million at an average of over $40,000 per victim. So how does this scam actually work? Someone gets you on the phone. They know details about you or your family. They use fear and they tell you that a loved one is in jail and needs bail. Or they pretend to be a company like LifeLock and they claim that your identity has been compromised. They use that fear and they tell you to go to a cryptocurrency machine to insert cash and then it's gone forever. That is the system we're talking about. Now, proponents of this amendment will argue that stronger safeguards will hurt the crypto industry in New Hampshire. But that just doesn't pass the logical sniff test. The median transaction at these machines is around $300. And the reason for that is because these kiosks often charge fees of around 20%. Mr. Speaker, I ask you and every member of this body to just think for a second. If you have the means to make a serious investment of, say, 5 or 6 figures in cryptocurrency, why in the world would you ever choose to accept a 20% haircut before you've even owned the asset you're trying to buy? Of course you wouldn't. Nobody would do that. That's completely illogical. You would go online where you can use a crypto online service and pay 2% fee or less. These machines are not how serious investors participate in crypto, and that's generally not what they're being used for. There's scams that are a high percentage of the volumes here at these levels. These machines are scamming New Hampshire residents, and finally, Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, law enforcement has recovered exactly 0% of all of these losses. Think about that. What other fraud or act of crime do you get 0% recovery? There's normally something you get. 0% of those $22 million has been recovered. We have created a system where someone can walk into a convenience store, lose thousands of dollars in fees in minutes, and then have the rest of it stolen by an international scammer well outside the reach of American law enforcement, with almost no safeguards in place. If we pass this amendment, very little will change. We will continue to see staggering losses impacting our constituents across the state. So please, join me in voting no on this amendment, and then let's pass a much better underlying Senate bill when it comes to that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I support the underlying Senate bill. My father, the Honorable Rusty Bridle, served in this chamber for 6 terms. He was the chairman of the Labor Committee. He currently is enjoying retirement and is 68 years old. Every one of us in this chamber knows someone that age. Look around. Many of you are of retirement age as well. It's not a bad thing. Those who have come before us have helped to serve their communities in a good light. However, scammers out there know that New Hampshire has the 2nd oldest population in America. Scammers are targeting our state currently. They're targeting our loved ones. They call our parents and grandparents, they call our peers and pretend to be the police. They pretend to be LifeLock. They'll say, you're going to get arrested. You're going to lose your home. These scammers coach their victims step by step on how to use these crypto ATMs, just like they did with Western Union, just like they did with gift cards. They coached them on how to be scammed. That's the whole point of it. The victim thinks they're fixing a problem, paying an overdue debt, righting a wrong. They don't realize they're being robbed until it's too late. In my town of Hampton alone, to date, $2.6 million has been lost to scammers utilizing crypto ATMs. We have a few of them. Victims aren't making bad investments. They're just people losing their homes. And it's not just Hampton. Derry, Londonderry, Concord, Dover, Epping, Littleton, Manchester, Newfields, Litchfield, Tilton. Testimony was submitted from all these towns. It covers the entire. The bill that came to this House from the Senate had support from New Hampshire's Attorney General's Office, New Hampshire's Association of Chiefs of Police. It came with support from groups that protect seniors and advocate for them. The underlying Senate bill was a compromise. Crypto ATMs can continue to operate with reasonable safeguards, and our seniors, most vulnerable, get protection. Scammers get the message. New Hampshire isn't your target anymore. Legitimate and honest businesses should want rules that drive out criminals within their industry, that protect their customers. And this amendment doesn't do that. Right now, scammers love targeting New Hampshire citizens because we don't have any rules, limits, or safeguards for crypto ATMs. Manchester police testified in committee that they've recovered $0 from crypto ATM fraud. 0. Once that money goes into a machine, it's gone forever. Some will say that the Senate version bans this industry. That's not true. They're operating currently, and the Senate bill continues to allow crypto ATMs to operate with reasonable protections. The Senate bill was written with input from our law enforcement officials, and it gives victims 2 weeks to realize they've been scammed to get their money back. This amendment gives them 72 hours. Then nothing, poof. The Senate bill caps every transaction, every one, at $2,000. That's a stopgap. This amendment caps the first transaction for 3 days, but after that, no limit. 50 grand, 100 grand, your entire life savings, gone in an afternoon. But this amendment doesn't stop there. Let's discuss accountability. The Iowa Attorney General investigated these crypto ATM companies and found that 94% of transactions, 94, on their machines were fraudulent. Why does this matter? It matters because this amendment goes further by giving the same companies whose 94% of transactions that were fraudulent immunity from prosecution. They are untouchable. This level of immunity is unprecedented in the United States. Consider this. When you go to a regular bank ATM, you might have to pay, I think today it's $2, $3 per transaction. These crypto ATMs, they typically charge transaction fees of 20 to 30%. Fees that the crypto ATM companies collect as profit whether the transaction is legitimate or a scam. Doesn't matter to them. A 20 to 30% profit on transaction is worth thousands of dollars. That's a windfall. And with complete immunity from prosecution and lucrative profits, crypto ATM companies have little incentive to prevent scams and fraud at their machines. Why would they? But this amendment still doesn't stop there. At this point, you might be thinking, well, we can just ban these crypto ATMs in my town. Not with this amendment, you can't. Let's say your police chief sees fraud spiking on crypto ATMs in your town, and he goes to local government to take action and protect their citizens. This amendment tells your local city council or board of selectmen to stand down. This amendment prohibits your town from creating localized restrictions on these machines. That means no local government in this state has the means to protect its most vulnerable citizens. 29 states have tried to enact legislation with similar overreaching provisions, and not one has made it into law. Why would New Hampshire want to be the first state to codify language that enables our citizens to be financially ruined? This isn't about trusting technology. I own crypto. I've responsibly used a crypto ATM. I love technology. I even asked AI to analyze this House amendment. I was curious. I told AI, I want you to act as if Nick's Crypto ATM Emporium owned a business, and how would this affect me? And under this amendment, all transactions are good for my business, but fraudulent transactions are great for my business. I get to keep 100% of fraudulent transactions after 72 hours. The AG can't touch me, towns can't ban me, and victims can't sue me. That's the environment this amendment creates. It makes New Hampshire more attractive to scammers and criminals. It strips accountability and removes local control. I'm asking you to join me in voting no on this amendment. If the industry can't survive without this overreaching amendment language that no other state has enacted, then maybe that tells us something about the industry. Let us now press the red button and vote down this amendment. Vote yes on the underlying Senate bill. Don't make New Hampshire the easiest place in America to rob people, especially the vulnerable folks we care about in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Amon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot of facts and figures from previous speakers, and much of it is overblown. Our position with the Senate Commerce or the House Commerce Committee amendment is to also stop scams. So I'm going to read my speech here and try to answer some of the fear and uncertainty and doubt that we've just heard. So we heard in committee a person called Kevin. We're going to call him Kevin to protect his identity. One afternoon, Kevin, on his computer screen, the screen turned red. It was flashing. A number appears. He calls the phone number. Over the next several hours, a scammer posing as a bank security agent walked him through withdrawing his life savings and feeding every dollar into one of these machines at 2 different gas stations. So Kevin testified before our committee, his words, I was basically hypnotized. And that's the thing that we're picking up on, this hypnotization by the scammers. That's what the scammers are doing. It's not the ATM companies. By the end of that day, he lost much of his savings, but there was no one there to break the spell. Right now, New Hampshire has no protections on the books for people like Kevin. This is a legal, federally regulated industry that we're talking about operating in our state. The committee amendment is designed to break the spell. That's the purpose of the committee amendment. And it doesn't require a single dollar in new appropriations. I heard the previous speaker say that the Attorney General's office was in favor of the Senate version, but they also worked with me on this version. So I don't know how that fact speaks. But so first, it stops the harm before it happens. During the first 72 hours, a customer is considered a new customer. The customer becomes a new customer by identifying themselves at the kiosk. So they have to show an ID, they have to, a lot of them have a facial scan. So think about the data that's going into the machines currently. The Senate bill doesn't handle any of the privacy aspects. We do in the Commerce Amendment. Within 72 hours, for a maximum of $3,000, that's the cap, no life savings are going into this machine, $3,000, the person can ask for a refund for any reason in that first 72 hours. Our friend Kevin, and I'm protecting his name, his story was he called the operator eight hours later, so 8 hours is in that 72-hour window, and was asked that the refund window at the time was only 15 minutes. So we're extending that for 3 days. So after the 72-hour window, the machine still asks on-screen questions designed to catch coercion, again, to break people out of the spell. The scammers are getting very sophisticated, but it's the spell that we're attacking here. So they ask, is someone directing you to do this? And the Commerce Amendment has 28-point font of a large warning required on the machine. Before you even approach the machine, there's a warning. The machines have an iPad on the front. We're requiring them to program in checks as they go through the checkout process to make sure that they're not being coerced. That's part of breaking the spell. So first is the new customer period. Second is the personal data, which I alluded to. These machines are required to collect data about their customers. We have an amendment in our state constitution that protects privacy. We put the privacy aspect into this amendment to protect people's data, their biometric data, from being stored forever and who knows where it goes. So that's a consideration that is not in the Senate version. Third, it enforces real accountability. Operators must publish their anti-fraud policies for anyone to review. They have to publish exactly what they're doing. That informs future legislation. They must use fraud detection software to flag transfers tied to known criminal accounts. Every violation of the strict rules in the committee amendment is enforced by the Attorney General. So we hear that the bill may prevent municipalities from having their own patchwork of regulation. There's no other financial industry in the state that we let municipalities have all different rules. No industry can survive with the patchwork of rules. So the committee amendment says if you follow these strict rules, well thought out rules, if you defraud someone, the Attorney General will come after you. And that's where the strength and the know-how of how to track down these bad actors. Some will argue that the Senate version is stronger because it has a permanent $2,000 cap. But I want you to think about this. It's a cap on every transaction. $2,000, wait 5 minutes. $2,000, wait 5 minutes. $2,000, wait 5 minutes. Forever. That's what the Senate version does. So we have a $3,000 cap on the 72-hour period because it's the naive new customer. That's who these scammers are putting into a spell. So Vermont tried to do this, and we already know what happened. They drove the industry out of the state. And I think that's the intent of some of these inflated numbers that we hear, inflating all crypto with just the kiosks. That's what those numbers are telling us. I think the intent is to ban this industry. In New Hampshire, do we ban industries, or do we make sure that only good actors are behaving in that industry? That's what we're trying to do with the Commerce Amendment. So our friend Kevin, cannot get his life savings back. But the next person sitting at their computer, when the screen goes red, tells them to call a number to get on the phone to be hypnotized in that spell. The committee amendment from House Commerce is designed to break the spell, but not destroy an industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Will a member yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Member yields, you may inquire.
Thank you. You talk about a few questions breaking the spell. And I don't think that'll work. And I'll give you an example, and then you can tell me why you think your questions will work. In the town of Epping, where I work, a woman had a stack of $100 bills, stuffing them into the machine. The owner of the business called the police. The police came, took her back to the bank to put her money back in, tried to explain this is a scam. She went back the next day, took all the money out, and put it back in the crypto machine. So 3 questions on a machine isn't going to save them from fraud. And if you can tell me what those questions are going to do and how they're going to break that spell when the police officer took her back to the bank, didn't. I'm done.
I'll just respond briefly. I'm glad that you brought up that scenario because that exact scenario is what the committee amendment is designed to protect. So thank you.
Motion before us is on to pass on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment only right now. So this is a division vote. Members, take your seats. Make sure you turn your voting stations on. The motion before us is on the amendment 1526H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bill Boyd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment fundamentally rewrites Senate Bill 482 and eliminates consumer protections while undermining local control, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the underlying bill is a sensible bipartisan solution that discourages criminal activity while preventing catastrophic financial loss for all granted status, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button and vote no on the pending motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that's very rare that you will ever see me down here, if I know that's because the Commerce Committee takes its responsibilities very seriously, if I know, Mr. Speaker, that this bill had a serious problem, and that is the 14 days and the right of private action to sue not the scammer, but to sue the machine. Mr. Speaker, I think you would laugh us out of the room if we said maybe we should be banning the computer where that person got scammed, or maybe we should be banning the phone. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that maybe we should be banning this telephone, or maybe the caller ID that got fraudulently used. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that the Commerce Committee came up with a better solution with the 72 hours, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to pass legislation that will be mirrored in lawsuits because this 14 days. Will I now vote yes on this amendment?
The motion before us is the amendment 1526H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 135 voting yea, 120 voting nay. The amendment fails. House will be in order. The motion before us now is ought to pass. A division has been requested. A roll call has been asked. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 482. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Osborne. Representative Tripp.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 214 voting yea, 140 voting nay. The motion passes. It's being referred to criminal justice. Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred, sent. The House will be in order. An act prohibiting receiving compensation for lobbying on behalf of a foreign adversary. Having considered the same, report the same. The recommendation of the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Carrie Spear for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that the debate on SB 482 be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Without objection. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred CACR 11, an act relating to sheriffs, providing that there shall be no age limitation for a person to hold the office of a county sheriff. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under our state constitution, county sheriffs are required to step down from their office once they reach the age of 70. Last year, we saw a bill that would have raised the maximum age to 75. What the bill before us today asks us to do is to amend our state constitution to eliminate this age maximum altogether. On a personal note, tomorrow I will be turning age 70 myself. And looking around the room, thank you. And looking around the room, I see that I'm not going to be alone when it comes to that particular status. So I definitely understand why there are folks in the room who are sympathetic to this bill. But the bottom line, folks, is this is not a change we should be making. The main argument that we hear is that a modern county sheriff's job centers around management and administration and not around the direct enforcement of the law. But during the public hearing, we were told that on occasion, sheriffs occasionally do take part directly in law enforcement activities. These activities can be routine, and sometimes they can even be boring. But depending on the situation, they can also be dangerous and physically and mentally stressful. As any law enforcement officer will tell you, the worst mistake that you can make is assuming that these situations will be predictable. By its very nature, this part of the job is unpredictable and at times may call for split-second decision-making and a rapid physical response. The science on this is discouraging, especially to folks like me, but it's also pretty clear. As we age, we're simply less capable of responding mentally or physically as we were when we were younger. There's a reason why most professional athletes retire before age 40. It's not because they don't have the will or the experience to do the job. It's because their processing and reaction times have slowed to a point where willpower and where experience simply can't make up for the toll of advancing years. According to the National Institutes of Health, between young adulthood and ages 70 to 80, one of the fastest declining areas is processing speed, slowing by as much as 50 to 70%. And it's not just processing speed. After age 70, the prevalence of cognitive impairment rises, with roughly 16% of people in this age group experiencing mild cognitive impairment and another 14% experiencing dementia. That's close to a third of all people in this age group. The mandatory retirement age for federal law enforcement officers is age 57. For most New Hampshire law enforcement agencies, that's 65. These are not acts of discrimination. They are simply acknowledgments that in an emergency or a life and death situation, it's not just the life of an elder officer that's on the line. Also at stake are the lives of other law enforcement personnel, along with members of the public who those officers are sworn to protect. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to press the red button on this one.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1792. That's the year that this age limit was set. 1792, 232 years ago. The life expectancy, as I put in the report, was 60 if you managed to make it out of your youth, where most people died of juvenile infections. Medical advancement has been made. Nutrition is a lot different. Our caloric intake from childhood up. Age 70 is not the age 70 it was at that time. So the question is, what we just heard was, do we make the decision for our constituents, or do we let the people decide? Really, that's all we are, as a gatekeeper on a constitutional amendment. Do we let the people have a choice? If they decide that that age needs to be fixed now after 232 years, then fine. If they decide not to, also fine. But us acting as a gatekeeper saying, nah, you guys don't really need to weigh in on this, I just think is fundamentally wrong, Mr. Speaker. I think that we should endorse it and let them make the decision. It's not outlandish. As a matter of fact, everyone in this room, because I didn't hear anyone dissent, just voted to raise the age for the Adjutant General in the consent calendar on Senate Bill 242, I think. Everyone just voted to do it. So why would we not do it here? Sheriffs, when this was put in the Constitution, were the only law enforcement in the state. If you needed the police for anything, all you got was a sheriff. So certainly it was important that they had an age restriction. Now we have local police, state police. So the sheriffs don't work that way anymore. And they have a huge organization versus the sheriff and 5 guys in a posse. It's much different now. It's more administrative. It's like a chief of police. And our chiefs of police don't have an age. Why would we push people who are smart, have much more to give this state out to pasture when they want to contribute still and they have the ability? I say let our constituents decide and pass this on. Thank you.
Representative Muse has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is CACR 11 ought to pass. This is going to be a roll call vote. And I remind everyone, this is a CACR. It needs 3/5 to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that federal and most New Hampshire law enforcement agencies have mandatory retirement ages that are lower than the current maximum that this bill would erase, and if I know that in a rapidly aging state, our priority should be creating more opportunities for young people rather than more roadblocks, then I would press a red button so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a sheriff's position is the only elected position in the state of New Hampshire that has an age restriction, and if I know that the age of 70 in 1792 was pretty much an arbitrary number in 2026, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that we do not have an age restriction on police chiefs, and sheriffs and police chiefs generally share the same administrative role, would I now press green with the committee? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on CACR 11. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Thumbs up or down, please. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend to state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 157 voting nay. Motion fails to get to two-thirds.
3/5.
Three-fifths. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have a communication from the chair of the Criminal Justice Committee. Pursuant to House Rule 47F, I hereby waive second committee jurisdiction for Senate Bill 482.
Oh, sure. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 460 FN, an act related to relative to the offense of loitering or prowling. Having considered the same report, the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Buzz Sheriff for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1286H, printed in House Record 16 on pages 35 to 36. And Representative Scher is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this SB 460 started out in the Senate as a repeat of a bill that we ITL'd 4 to 6 weeks ago. So that's the underlying SB 460. They brought the bill again, and it passed the Senate. And in committee, the amendment was passed. The amendment does 4 things. Number 1, it creates a child safety zone that includes parks, playgrounds, school bus stops, daycare facilities, and public swimming pools. Number 2, it prohibits a Tier 3 sexual offender from going in the child safety zone or within 500 feet of the child safety zone. Number 3, it makes a violation of this a Class B felony rather than a violation as it was in the underlying bill. So a dramatic increase. And number 4, it does not require the state to notify a Tier 3 sexual offender when they are being released from the state prison or moving into the state that this law exists. So let me pause. The issue here is not whether let's be nice to sexual offenders or not. The committee, every member of House Criminal Justice understood that we wanted to try and do something to deal with the issue of possibly sexual offenders sitting outside schools or playgrounds where children are playing. We all recognize that, and we wanted to deal with it in some way. What this bill means, however, what this bill does is way too broad, and it still has constitutional problems. What this bill does is a person covered by this statute can be charged with a Class B felony for being present within 500 feet of a park, a playground, a school bus stop, or a school, a daycare facility, even if no child is present in any of those places. And that's the fatal flaw with this bill. It's needlessly expansive in that way. A simple fix would be to add a child must be present language to the bill, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Simply by, for example, in Portsmouth, Fortree Island is right on the water, right on the Piscataqua River. Within 500 feet of Fortree Island is a public swimming pool. And you can't see the public swimming pool from Fortree Island. But if a person covered by this bill is at Fortree Island, even if the swimming pool is closed, they can be arrested under this bill. It's needlessly broad in that way. It has exceptions, but those exceptions have a fatal flaw too. They have a language of an earlier version of this bill when it was a House bill that said it's okay if they have a legitimate purpose for being there. Gives 3 examples, but it doesn't define what legitimate purpose is, and that causes significant constitutional problems. So it's still, because it's still vague as to what legitimate purpose is, and what would happen is the person on Fort Tree Island would get arrested, and it's up to the police to decide whether it's a legitimate purpose or not, knowing that that person is a Tier 3 sexual offender. So while well-intended, this bill still needs substantial work. We can work it out. It's not that we did not hear any evidence at the hearing that a Tier 3 sexual offender was actually assaulting children when they had been sitting near a school or a playground. We heard evidence simply they've been sitting there. So we can write a better bill that deals with this problem without this broad, expansive language, turning it into a Class B felony. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Gagnon, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir, for taking my question. Refresh my memories, because it's been probably 14 years since I was in criminal justice. What is a Tier 3 sex offender? What is the charge?
Tier 3 sexual offender is a person who's been convicted of sexual assault on somebody under the age of 13.
Over the age of 13? Excuse me, follow up?
Under.
Does the member yield for a follow-up?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Was that under 13?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does the member yield for a further question?
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the representative to take my question. We have a rather barbaric law, unfair, where if a teenager who happens to be at the age of 18 uses a computer to meet a young lady, can be actually convicted of a sex offense. We saw that a number of years ago. Does this law then require him, even if he's in the school, still, does this basically ban the student from being in the school?
That individual would not be a Tier 3 sexual offender, so this law doesn't address that.
Follow up? It's a quick one.
I didn't answer you yet. Does the member yield for a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative.
You may inquire.
So the bill only deals with Tier 3 then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Funny thing, a couple of people asked me today, if we just power through this, can we get out without a lunch break? Yeah, no. Not if this is how it's going to go. Does the member yield for another question?
Yes, I want to point out that my answers are short.
Representative McFarland, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the representative whether he understands any material difference between the inadequacies and imperfections in this bill and HB 1239, which was rejected soundly by this chamber on a division vote of 201 to 134 just 5 weeks ago. And I would ask the gentleman whether, in fact, this amendment, if we were to pass it, would result in a situation where these sex offenders who have served their time, who have been released, are effectively, in many cases, depending upon their position, their geography of their home, the nature of the streets around them, but in many cases would be subject to effective home arrest because they are not able to go in one direction or another on their bike, in their car, on their feet, past some daycare center, childcare center, or bus stop that is in somebody's...
The member will suspend. You were recognized for a question. It shouldn't take 5 paragraphs to ask a question.
So would he recognize that, in fact, this would subject some of these sex offenders to home arrest well after they've served their sentence?
Yes, this bill is worse than the bill that we ITL'd for different reasons than we ITL'd the bill, but it still has constitutional problems in terms of vagueness, and it has a significantly stiffer penalty, which is a Class B felony rather than a violation.
You're free to go. Representative Roy is recognized to speak for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep it short. Under 13, these people are people who are convicted for raping children under 13. Defending them is embarrassing. When they commit a crime, they themselves make a decision and are found guilty by their peers of sacrificing their rights. We're not taking them. By allowing them to roam freely, we are impinging on the rights of the children. They're not free to go somewhere because they might be attacked by someone we know likes to rape children. So I'm sorry if this inconveniences them. I would rather have the children be free to get away from their computers and go out to the playground or to the pool without having someone looking at them, imagining what they want to do to them. Could we please put the children ahead of the poor sex offenders, the level 3 sex offenders, who are notified? The bill, if you read it, clearly says when they register, they have to sign a form saying, I will not go to any of these places or within 500 feet of them. And if they currently live there, I'm sorry. Again, I don't want to inconvenience you, but I would rather have the children be able to go to daycare, go to the playground, or go swimming. I hope you'll join me in that. Thank you.
The House will be in order. All right, questions on Amendment 1286H? I'm pretty sure somebody asked for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Roy requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. All right, the question is on Amendment 1286H, and Representative Scher is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that the objections to this bill have nothing to do with supporting sexual offenders or defending sexual offenders, and if I know that the objective of this bill is to design a bill that is practical and functional, and if I know that a person covered by this bill can be charged not with a violation, with a Class B felony, even if there is no child present, even if it is nighttime, even if the pool is closed, it's the weekend, the schools are closed, if they are in the child safety zone, they would be charged with a Class B felony. And if I know that this still has the language legitimate purpose, still has significant constitutional problems, would I press the red button and defeat this amendment?
Representative Rose is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment puts the illegal activity of a child sex offender that is prowling in the sexual offender statute where it actually belongs, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that Tier 3 sex offenders guilty of felonious sexual assault against a child will have to acknowledge that they understand where they are limited to go whenever they sign up is a registered sex offender. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this limitation is applied where it needs to be, which is where children congregate, will I now vote green with the committee amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1286H. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sorensen. Representative Sorensen.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 225 in the affirmative, 128 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion is ought to pass as amended. Representative Scher is recognized to speak against the motion. And he waves off. He doesn't look like he's waving off. For what reason does a member rise?
I rise for a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your motion.
I move to table.
House will be in order. It's a proper motion. Representative McFarland moves to lay SB 460 on the table. Are you ready for the question? Representative Potenza requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. It'll be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions whether to lay Senate Bill 460 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 146 in the affirmative, 207 in the negative. Motion fails. Now the main motion is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 460. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred Senate Bill 586 FN, an act requiring school districts to publish a school administrative unit audit report after the end of the fiscal year. Having considered the same report, the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1500H, printed in House Record 16 on pages 43 to 44. Questions on adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Luno offers Amendment 1625H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Representative Damon is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Transparent, prudent, effective fiscal management of our public school systems is a goal that we all share. The minority of the committee agrees that we need stronger statute regarding financial audits of all education entities. This is one of the many bills initiated in response to the fiscal crisis in Claremont School District, but it is needed statewide as there are many districts facing difficult financial situations. Currently, statute requires school districts to submit annual audits to the Department of Revenue Administration within 12 months of the end of the fiscal year. There is no specified participation of the Department of Education in the audits. SB 586, as amended in committee, requires that audits be submitted to both DRA and DOE within 9 months of the end of the fiscal year. This shorter time frame and dual accountability will be valuable. The Commissioner of DOE would be required to verify that the report appears complete with consideration of prior year audit results. We agree up to that point. Floor Amendment 1537 addresses a critical problem with the bill. It requires the DOE to withhold state funding if an audit report is late or does not meet arbitrary standards set by the Commissioner. The amendment simply changes the language to give the Commissioner of Education discretion regarding withholding state funding if a district or SAU is not compliant. It is essential that the operational needs of schools not be impaired by lack of expected funding, and that transparent, detailed explanation for any fund withholding is provided. Our purpose in seeking greater state oversight of public school system finances should never be punitive, but rather a collaborative, productive process that assures wise use of taxpayer resources and maintenance of quality education. Mandating withholding of funds with no consideration of the circumstances and needs of the school district risks staff cuts leading to unreasonable class sizes, transportation limits that burden families and increase absenteeism, diminished extracurricular programs that are so essential to student engagement, and ultimately, cuts result in overall compromised quality. It is far more valuable for the Commissioner to explore the barriers to timely audit completion and help those districts resolve their difficulties rather than penalize them. Please join me in pressing the green button to pass this reasonable amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ladd recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So let's cut to the chase on this amendment. We all agree that a financial report coming from school districts, SAUs, or charter public schools annually is needed, necessary for a proper financial management. But what are the consequences if a district says, I'm not going to submit it? Now, we have a timeline within this bill, and the timeline specifies that if a district, school, SAU, or a charter public school needs more time to get their audit completed, the Commissioner has discretion to offer an extension of time. So there's an extension within the bill that's a possibility. And we do know that there are issues out in our SAUs right now. We have 109 SAUs. During the last 5 years, 37% of those SAUs had business administrators, at least 3 different business administrators each during that time. Those people are moving around and leaving inconsistencies, etc., within our districts. But where is the accountability? Who has that accountability? The superintendent has that accountability along with the local school board. So what happens if they go past their discretionary period where they've gotten the extension? Then that's when things need to hit the fan. When I got involved with the Public School Infrastructure Commission years ago, we asked school districts, why have you not got, or do you want this grant money for school safety and security? I've mentioned this before on the floor. And they all said yes. And then the Director of Homeland Security asked next, how many of you got your emergency management plans in? 20% had bothered to submit these plans. We said then that time, right there on the spot, you want some grant money, you get your plans in. Within 2 weeks, all the plans from these districts were in. Now, what are we going to do when a district refuses to have this audit and they have been given this extension and they're just still not compliant? They haven't submitted a completed form. The bill, as presented by the committee, says their funding, not their adequacy money, but all other money like the fiscal capacity aid or any kind of a grant, will be withheld. This amendment says no, we may hold that money. Well, that's just kicking the can down the road. Accountability is what we want in fiscal management, and that's what this bill does. So I ask you on this amendment, press the red button so we can get on with the bill. Thank you very much.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 1625H. And a division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call, which is always sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1625H. Representative Bricky is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know effective fiscal management of our public school systems is essential to the success of those public schools, and if I know the shorter time frame and dual accountability required in this amendment will be instrumental in ensuring the fiscal management takes place. And if I further know giving the Commissioner discretion over the withholding of state funds that support schools with high poverty rates and low property values will allow the district to continue to meet the needs of those students in the district while working to fix any compliance issues, would I now press the green button to pass this fiscally responsible amendment? Thank you.
Representative Ladd recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know after failing to report an audit, after having been granted an audit extension, this bill rightfully states that the Commissioner shall withhold grant funding until the audit or financial report is completed and submitted. And if I further know by changing shall to may withhold funding, will place the Commissioner in a very awkward position. And lastly, if I know by doing this, we are just kicking the by not passing this bill, we're just kicking the accountability financial plan down the road. Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1625H. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Paxton.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 162 in the affirmative, 193 in the negative. The motion fails. Now the main motion ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 586. And Representative Luno is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires schools to conduct annual financial audits. There are some things in this bill as amended that I like, specifically that charter schools will now have to conduct annual financial audits, just like our public school districts do today. The bill also requires schools to submit their financial audit reports to the Department of Education. And this is new, something they haven't had to do in the past. And that lets the department know if the financial audits are late or have any deficiencies. All good so far. But I can't stand by and approve a bill that requires the state to withhold funding as an enforcement mechanism. That's a step too far. It could mean the loss of millions of dollars used for our public schools' day-to-day operations. For a district like Manchester, it could be tens of millions of dollars. What would a cash flow hit like that mean for Manchester? Well, it could result in hundreds of teachers being laid off or furloughed without pay, and the suspension of programs important to kids. And under this bill as amended, the only state funds that can be withheld are the targeted grants for kids from low-income families and for cities and towns with low property valuation. Come on, withholding state funding based on poverty rate and low property values, it's just not right. It's not right for the students or for taxpayers. So let's vote no on the ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dan McGuire is recognized to speak in support of this committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So audits are already required by state law, but in some cases, like we learned with Claremont, they're not being done. This bill enhances that particular law in 4 different ways. Number one, it adds SAUs to the list of school districts and charter schools that have to be audited. Number two, it adds a little bit more required information to be disclosed, in particular about personnel, their salaries, benefits, and other costs. Number three, it puts the reports, the financial reports, online, both by the Department of Ed and in the local websites of the districts. And number four, this is the bone of contention, it adds consequences if the audits are very late. So the actual timeline in the bill is 9 months to complete the audit, which is the same as federal requirements. So if you're getting a substantial federal grant, your audits have to be in within 9 months. So the idea that we're going to withhold money from Manchester is just silly. I would be shocked if Manchester is not getting their audits into the federal government within 9 months. But after the 9 months, if you're still late, the bill gives the entity another 12 months of a grace period to get their audits done. And the problem, and then the consequences come. That is more than enough. We have been working with a very experienced CPA who does these kind of audits, and in his opinion, that 12 months is way too long, because not getting financial information timely is just as bad as not having it at all, right? Because all we're asking for is an audit, which is information about what's going on. If something's going on that's wrong, you need to know about it so that later you can fix it. If you don't know that you've had problems and you wait 2 years or longer, the problems just compound. So we've already decided with the floor amendment, this particular question, we need to get these done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the committee report of ought to pass as amended. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Oh, wait, hang on. Representative Ladd's recognized to speak. No? He's good? Okay. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 586. Representative Creason is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill penalizes schools with high poverty rates and low property values, and if I know this means a district like Manchester, whose auditing is very cumbersome, could lose tens of millions in state funding, with hundreds of teachers losing their jobs and programs being cut. And if I know that's not good for students or taxpayers in Manchester or in any other city or town across the state, then would I press the red button to defeat the OTPA motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ladd is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know audit reporting will help all districts uncover financial irregularities before financial mismanagement becomes evident, as it has in some districts in this state, would I then press the green button to ensure timely financial reporting and needed accountability oversight takes place in the state? Thank you very much.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 586. This is a division vote, and if you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 195 in the affirmative, 160 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Senate Bill 586 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, to which is referred Senate Bill 101 FN, an act, new title, authorizing parents to enroll their children in any public school in the state and creating a limited exemption from parental consent required for certain recordings under the Parental Bill of Rights, Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Mike Belcher for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Peggy Balboni for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment, 1451H, is printed in House Record 16 on pages 29 to 32. Representative Balboni is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 101 aims to expand education choice in New Hampshire through universal open enrollment, letting students attend schools outside the resident districts. Giving families more options can open doors for students to find the right fit and succeed. But for choice to matter, it must be accessible. I oppose this legislation as written. It risks limiting access. Requiring families to provide transportation means participation depends on flexible schedules and reliable travel, leaving many working families and vulnerable students behind. A policy meant to increase opportunity should not make access more unequal. Amendment 1451H does not solve that problem. It shifts the focus to funding using a charter-style model. Under that approach, receiving districts would get about $10,000 per student in state aid, well below the roughly $21,000 average it actually costs to educate a student in New Hampshire. At the same time, the resident district loses that funding while still retaining significant responsibilities. It remains accountable for fixed costs and ongoing programs, and most importantly, for covering the full cost of special education for students who leave, including transportation and all services required by their IEPs. Districts could also lose stabilization grants and Title I funding. The result is a real risk of pulling resources out of communities that can least afford it, widening gaps rather than expanding opportunity. A 2016 legislative study already found this charter-style approach to special education funding problematic. Those issues remain unresolved, and expanding the model could carry the same challenges and potential legal costs to the broader system. Beyond funding, key issues remain unanswered. How will capacity be managed? How will enrollment be handled fairly and consistently? Schools are required to use lotteries, but can still prioritize or exclude certain students based on attendance or discipline, raising discrimination and legal concerns. If a student is accepted one year, are they guaranteed a seat the next? How will we ensure support and continuity for at-risk students, English language learners, students with 504 plans, or those experiencing homelessness? We also don't yet know the additional cost to the Educational Trust Fund. There's no clear estimate of how many students would receive the additional grants, nor clarity on who resolves disputes over enrollment, funding, transportation, or services. And without predictability, how can districts responsibly plan their budgets from year to year? These are not minor details. They are fundamental to whether this policy works. If we are serious about expanding educational choice, then we need to do it in a way that is fair, sustainable, and truly accessible. The minority amendment offers a more responsible path, bringing legislators, educators, and stakeholders together to design a system that delivers on the promise of choice for every student. I urge you to oppose this motion so we can take the time to get this right. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Sorry, I have to borrow your microphone. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a school board member in Nashua, and I'm trying to understand the possible impact to my district if a student with an IEP or a student with a 504 plan attends another district's school.
Thank you for the question. According to the bill, the resident district has the responsibility to ensure that the student from your district receives all provisions and services within the IEP. So right now, the average cost for a student, a special education student, is about $46,000 in addition to the adequacy grants. However, students on 504 plans are considered to be regular education students, and all costs and their accommodations would have to be assumed by the receiving districts. Some of those costs can include for students with physical disabilities, so there could be costs associated with making renovations to buildings. For wheelchair students, there could be costs associated with special equipment for those students with visual and hearing impairments, and they can cost thousands of dollars.
Does the member yield for a follow-up? You may inquire.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my follow-up. So just to be clear, if I have a student in Nashua who, for example, needs a wheelchair and they choose to attend an out-of-district school that is not wheelchair accessible, are my Nashua property taxpayers responsible for the cost of the physical building renovations to make that other district school wheelchair accessible?
The way that I understand the bill is that if that student in a wheelchair has those provisions for accessibility contained within their IEP, it would be the responsibility of the residential district to pay for those services.
Representative Petronell is recognized to speak for the majority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Amendment 1451H. The other body sent us a perfectly workable bill, but we did find some changes necessary. And after hearing over 10 hours of testimony, as well as a 2-hour full committee work session with the Department of Education, the majority of the committee agreed on this amendment. This amendment changes the term sending district to resident district because it is the parent who makes the decision to apply to send a student to a different school. The amendment clarifies reasons for denial of acceptance in a receiving district and adds exceptions for identified disabilities, 504 plans, or individual education plans, foster care or McKinney-Vento status, or chronic absence due to bullying, which is on the rise in the state of New Hampshire. Lottery preferences are established for students of active duty military students in addition to previously defined preference categories. The resident district is required to provide transportation for special education or 504 plan students if transportation is part of their plan. And as a reminder, these are public schools who are already providing special services to students, so they should have no trouble accommodating students from another public school. Amendment 1451H requires the State Board to convene working groups to study and make further recommendations regarding the implementation and effectiveness of open enrollment policies. This will allow much more time for public input for concerns that need to be addressed in rules, as opposed to legislation before implementation. As I said, the other body sent us a very workable bill that required minimal cleanup, and we should not waste any more time studying open enrollment at the expense of student success. Please vote ought to pass on Amendment 1451H.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Edwards, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing the question. I'm curious, if we pass this bill, will we increase the probability that there will be at least one full-time, talented, and gifted program in this state?
I'm not sure. Thank you for the question. I am not sure that this bill would address that specifically, but if schools decide to take the opportunity to innovate, which is already in statute, then perhaps there would be the possibility of a gifted and talented school.
Does the member yield for a further question?
No.
Sorry, the member does not yield. All righty. The question is on Amendment 1451H, and Representative Cornell has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. All righty, the question is on the adoption of Amendment 1451H. Representative Luna is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment sucks millions of dollars out of your local schools, especially those with higher poverty rates and lower property values, and if I know this amendment fails to address special education and disability rights, placing an even greater burden on taxpayers from both the sending and receiving districts. And if I know broken enrollment is massively unpopular, with over 100 towns representing the vast majority of New Hampshire residents passing warrant articles to restrict participation, then would I press the red button to defeat this amendment so that we can fix it and get it right? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Petronel is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill actually requires the state to send more money to public schools, if I know that education is about the student and not the system, if I know that competition breeds excellence and innovation, and if I know that this amendment makes a really awesome bill even more awesome, would I now press the green button and vote ought to pass on Amendment 1451H?
The question is on Amendment 1451H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 172 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. The minority amendment is 1455H, printed in House Record 16 on pages 32 and 33. Representative Damon's recognized to speak on the minority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Derry, Goffstown, Meredith, Ringe, Stratford. What do these 5 towns have in common? They are among the over 100 communities that voted recently on a bipartisan basis to enact limits on open enrollment that this bill would override with a mandate. With this backdrop, I rise to introduce Amendment 1455, which is on page 32 of your calendar, and invite your thoughtful support for this reasonable solution to a proposal that the people we represent statewide remain very skeptical of. I am not opposed to open enrollment, and I am pleased that the committee amendment does address some of the significant questions. However, as you have just heard, the current proposal is not ready for implementation. The many uncertainties around special education, transportation, geographic boundary preferences, fair access for all students, definitions of key phrases including significant disciplinary issues and chronic absenteeism all need to be addressed before universal open enrollment happens. This replace all amendment would create a study commission to thoroughly address these concerns and resolve the issues in a proactive way. While expanding opportunity for students is a shared value, major policy changes must be implemented without destabilizing the public education system that serves 90% of our K-12 students. We need to thoroughly define the parameters of a fair open enrollment policy so that both resident and receiving districts benefit. Districts need time to understand the impacts of likely enrollment changes and make adjustments in future budget cycles. For every student who leaves a district, the sending district loses state funding of $4,000 to $9,000. Those students left behind in the sending district now have fewer resources. Property taxes will rise, and students in property-poor communities will take the biggest hit. Perhaps we need to consider phase out or hold harmless grants to school districts just as we did with the EFA program. Or perhaps we need to have an initial phase-in period to assess how it works on a limited basis. A clear understanding of fiscal responsibilities and impacts is essential. Passing a bill without a comprehensive fiscal note is simply not responsible governance. There needs to be capacity at the State Department of Education to monitor implementation and effectiveness, arbitrate disputes between parents and districts, ensure that districts are honoring their obligations to provide continuity of education, track how often students are transferring, and report data on the entire open enrollment program. This is not addressed in the current bill proposal, but would be carefully defined by the study commission, including whether an appropriation is needed for this essential work at DOE. It is important to note that these are bipartisan concerns from districts large and small, rural and urban, with varied socioeconomic status. Constituents throughout the state have spoken strongly in voting to restrict open enrollment. Some of their concerns have been addressed, but not enough. And 2,000 people testified online against open enrollment, with a mere 75 in favor. This is not saying not now, not ever. It is saying let's do this carefully, with attention to creating a sustainable, fair, fiscally responsible open enrollment program. Please press the green button to vote yes on the Study Commission amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Patrigno may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I represent the town of Milford, and recently the voters did put limits on open enrollment, and we feel that's right for our community. I understand that about 100 other towns throughout the state have done the same thing, so I'm just wondering if this would override and invalidate the will of the voters in Milford and all the other towns across the state. Thank you.
Thank you for the thoughtful question. And yes, that is the way the bill is written. It requires school districts to set open enrollment policies. Nearly every district that enacted open enrollment policies to this point have established limits that protect taxpayers from sudden unknown expense increases. If this bill is enacted as law, it will override all the districts that voted to protect their taxpayers. This is a statewide mandate. It is the opposite of local control.
Does the member yield for another question? So, do you yield for another question?
No.
Member does not yield.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order about a false statement made in the previous speaker.
State your point of order.
My point of order is that Derry did not vote on open enrollment, and that was a false statement. And I had a point of order to have the prior speaker correct the record to be accurate. My point of order is that there was a false statement
Representative
made.
Leon, hang on. So, so the member's point is well taken, but look, what we think is true. So there's an old quote. It's not that they're lying, it's just that so much of what they know isn't so. I think that can be applied to everyone on a bipartisan fashion, so let's just be careful out there. Alrighty, Representative Guyson would like a roll call on the amendment. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Already, flag on the play. I mean, you can come in and take your seats anyway, but we will not be going into the voting mode because I got so distracted with points of order that I forgot to recognize Representative Peternell to speak against the amendment. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a moment, I thought maybe I had already spoken. I rise in opposition to Amendment 1455H because this amendment is simply not necessary. Between Senate Bill 101 and two other open enrollment bills, which were introduced or passed in the last 2 years, this body, as well as the one on the other side of the wall, have heard probably 13, 14, 15 hours of testimony in addition to the 2-hour work session and the almost 2-hour executive session that we had on the underlying bill. There is also currently a functioning open enrollment district that can, for all intents and purposes, qualify as a pilot program. In fact, they have proven that you do not need to recreate Hotel California with your local town warrant articles to continue to trap your students in districts that are not serving their needs. So, in a sense, this topic has already been well deliberated and essentially studied. Legislators from 4 different education committees have heard and responded to feedback from constituents and school board members. And this bill also includes rulemaking authority for the Board of Education, as well as a requirement to convene working committees. This allows for more opportunity and input into the application of open enrollment. And in addition, the effective date isn't until July 1st, 2027, which gives districts a year to plan for implementation. For critics who complain that open enrollment is moving too fast, they're just wrong. New Hampshire is far behind the curve on implementation of open enrollment. So let's put students first and press the red button on Amendment 1455H.
All right, and so this is going pretty well, but I'd like to point out to the members we have extremely important guests in the gallery who will be occupying your seats in 25, 30 years maybe. So let's be models of decorum and quiet. We're going to do a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Roll call. Take 2. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1455H, and Representative Woodcock is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that perhaps not Derry, but well over 100 other towns in New Hampshire voted enrollment limitations and the voice of the people, and if I know that all of us sitting here this morning do, that one of the most disturbing parts of this new law are the unintended consequences of any new law that were not foreseen. And if I know that Representative Damon just laid out a series of issues with a proposed open enrollment bill that could very well lead to multiple unintended consequences, and if I further know that a bill of this magnitude will impact every city and town in New Hampshire, and that it should arrive on their doorsteps with all of these issues corrected, then would I support the effort to make this best open enrollment legislation possible by pushing the green button and allowing the Commission to eliminate the unintended consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Belcher is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that study is for issues that we need more information on, and if I know that we already have successful open enrollment occurring in this state and we have the information, Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents have a right to direct the education of their children, but currently districts are prohibiting students from leaving. And Mr. Speaker, finally, if I know that a right delayed is a right denied, would I then press the red button to retain the amendment we just adopted? Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1455H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 169 in the affirmative, 184 in the negative. The amendment fails. And now, finally, the main motion about to pass as amended. Representative Hall is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong opposition to SB 101 as amended, which mandates that all public schools must become open enrollment schools and authorizes parents to enroll their children in any New Hampshire public school they so choose. Choice? It's only a choice for families with flexible work schedules, reliable transportation, and financial stability. This bill, as amended, creates access barriers and expands the divide between the haves and the have-nots. Mandatory open enrollment sets our communities against one another. It expands the already existing inequality among school districts and is likely to financially devastate our smaller, more vulnerable districts. They may face substantial reductions in programming and enrollment shift, undermining local control and creating more educational gaps. A rural district that loses enough students could lose the enrollment threshold to even keep their school open. The risks to legal exposure are significant. Disputes over placement decisions and services of special education and 504 students could end up in due process hearings and courtrooms. This bill opens the door to discrimination complaints and federal oversight. School districts are liable for child safety, as we know, yet they might have bus drop-offs many miles from the child's home. What could possibly go wrong? From a financial perspective, funding of open enrollment under this amended legislation relies on state-funded grants, with tens of millions of dollars to be withdrawn from the Education Trust Fund to cover the cost of this plan. This is the same pool of money that is supposed to be used to adequately fund our currently underfunded public schools. We need to meet our constitutional obligation before devising new plans to spend our money irresponsibly. Furthermore, this legislation could have a serious impact on district budgets. When a student leaves their home district for another, the per-pupil adequacy aid follows them. That means the resident district loses state funding for the children who leave, but it does not lose its fixed costs: electricity, heating, busing, staffing. Resident districts are required by federal law to pay for and provide services to students with disabilities, regardless of where they enroll, which surely could result in costly, unanticipated expenditures. This legislation is fraught with many concerns, uncertainties, and unintended consequences regarding funding, special education, tuition agreements, eligibility, transportation, our programs such as Career Tech, athletics, co-curriculars, and many more. The vast majority of Granite Staters do not support open enrollment in our state, as evidenced by in-person and online testimony, as well as the tens of thousands of voters in more than 100 of our towns across the state who has voiced their opposition through warrant articles. Our constituents have spoken. It is our job to listen to the people of New Hampshire. Please vote no on ought to pass as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Noble is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I stand before you today in strong support of SB 101. At the core of this legislation is a simple principle. Every child deserves access to the public school that aligns with their needs and aspirations. Today, children are confined by geography. A child's address should never limit their education or the potential they can reach. SB 101 changes that by allowing parents to enroll their children in any public school with available capacity. This bill empowers families with meaningful choice without adding tuition costs, without creating barriers, and without discrimination. It opens doors for students who may be struggling, and it gives them a chance to thrive in a learning environment
better suited to them. Importantly, this bill is designed with fairness and transparency in mind. Schools must clearly publish their capacity, which should be determined without the addition of staff. It could even be zero. However, districts will not be able to create a policy that traps students in an education setting that does not work for them. If demand exceeds availability, students are selected through a lottery system, just as charter schools do. And admissions cannot be based on disability, academic ability, or athletic talent. SB 101 ensures that students with disabilities continue to receive services through their resident district. It maintains funding through a clear statewide formula, not local dollars following the child. It allows choice while keeping money in the public school system. There were a lot of questions during the process of this bill, but the one you didn't hear is, why would parents want to pull their child out of their local school? Asking this question of parents is not common practice today, but it will become essential to the success of schools going forward. Under open enrollment, schools will be incentivized to listen to what families want in their child's education. This will spark innovation and encourage schools to find new ways to meet the academic needs of the students they serve. At a recent town hall in Milford, a parent shared with me that high test scores would not be her top priority in choosing a school. School culture mattered most to her. Many families feel the same way. The good news is schools already have the resources to create a great school culture. It just takes strong leadership. Success won't come only to the schools with the most resources. It will come to the schools that are creative, adaptable, and willing to think outside the box. What we need to do next year is to start peeling back requirements to allow the schools the flexibility they need to attract students. Critics may worry about disruption, but this bill is thoughtful and measured. Students can only transfer where space exists, districts retain control over capacity, and families, not bureaucracies, make the final decision about what is best for their child. This is not about dismantling public education. It is about strengthening it. It's about the student who needs a different academic program. It's about the student who would be safer or more supported in another school. It's about giving parents the ability to act when they know something isn't working. SB 101 is a step toward a more flexible, more responsive, and more equitable public education system. Please join me in supporting this landmark legislation to modernize public education and expand learning opportunities for New Hampshire students. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
I do not, thank you.
She does not yield. All righty. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Hall requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 101. Representative Hall is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry. Bad. Representative Cornell is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this universal open enrollment legislation, as amended, lacks clarity, undermines local control, and is fiscally irresponsible, and if I know that this open enrollment proposal is not accessible to all, leaving many students behind, including our more vulnerable population, and if I know that mandatory open enrollment expands the already existing inequality among school districts and could lead to under-enrolled schools, substantial reductions in programming, and ultimately school closures, and finally, if I know that school districts throughout the state have enacted open enrollment policies that work for their community, and that overriding the will of those districts with a costly mandate would be a slap in the face to the taxpayers that we were elected to represent, would I now press the red button to reject this OTPA motion so that a better motion could be made? Thank you.
Representative Belcher is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that as long as it is government that is rendering the service of education, to segregate children by zip code is radically discriminatory. Mr. Speaker,
House will be in order.
if I further know that while government stands in the way of parents, telling them they are not allowed to leave their local district, we signal to parents that their children belong to us, not to them. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this
Member
bill...
will suspend for a minute. Like, which part of the House will come to order do I have to explain? This close to being able to go to lunch, and after lunch, 21 bills. Let's not make this a longer day than it has to be by making me do this all the time. The member can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill enables local schools to decide how many students they can reasonably accept, but stops them from handcuffing parents when they want to leave. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents voting with their feet by deciding to send their children elsewhere will shift underlying incentives so local schools will actively improve their own performance, would I now vote green? Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 101. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 168 in the affirmative, 184 in the negative. The committee report fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Move to table Senate Bill 101.
Representative Sweeney moves that Senate Bill 101 be laid on the table. Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Who's that? Never mind. Okay, the question is whether to lay Senate Bill 101 on the table. If you are in favor, you can't do that in the middle of a vote.
He waived off. He withdrew his request. We are in a division vote. That is
The member withdrew his request. Nobody else said anything. If you are in favor, press the green button. If you are opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tudor. Representative Tudor.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 320 in the affirmative, 32 in the negative. 101 is laid on the table. And the House is in recess until 1:30.
Policy and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 429 FNA, an act relative to placement of trauma kits in public schools and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. This is Mike Belcher for the committee. The amendment is 1351H, printed in House Record 16, page 34. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that the debate on SB 101 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 534 FN, an act relative to foreign funding and influence in constitutional amendment and local ballot question campaigns. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the committee. The amendment is 1406H, printed in House Record 16, pages 40 through 41. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
It's going to finance.
And this one's going to finance also. Majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred Senate Bill 465 FN, an act classifying Zacozine as a Schedule III controlled drug. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peter Bixby for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Lisa Freeman for the minority of the committee. The question before us now is on the inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
This one, she just has a form that she's going to offer. So it was on second reading. So Measure Clause going to speak very briefly, but there's no debate or fight. Thank you, sir.
Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred Senate Bill 593, an act enabling the use of solid waste management funds by solid waste management districts. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Barbara Contour for the committee. The bill is on second reading, open to amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Contour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The floor amendment, am I speaking to the floor amendment?
You're going to move it and speak.
Okay. I'd like to move floor amendment 2026-1592H in your seat pocket. It's just a real simple amendment that changes the effective date to take effect upon passage. This will affect property taxes and help reduce them in municipality in a solid waste districts where municipalities already have that advantage. Thank you.
The motion before us now is Contour Amendment 1592H. It's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Committee on Fishing, Game, and Marine Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 505 FN, an act relative to applications for guide licenses and repealing the fee for temporary registration, non-residents relative to OHRVs. If considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is Representative Mike Goulet for the committee. The amendment is 1336H, printed in House Record 16, page 40. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And this one's going to Ways and Means. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 543 FN. It's getting awful noisy in here. An act relative to long-term care eligibility and making an appropriation, therefore, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Ms. J. Markell from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Janet Lucas from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no one plans to have a catastrophic illness. Unlike other health challenges, devastating injuries from serious accidents, strokes, heart attacks, cancer, and other serious illnesses do not always allow for simple recovery at home following hospital discharge. Once stability is achieved in the hospital setting and acute care is no longer required, skilled nursing is needed for the longer road to recovery. Many folks do not have long-term care insurance or other resources, and they and their families must navigate the process of applying for Medicaid coverage after exhausting all their resources. SB 543 would establish presumptive Medicaid long-term care eligibility for the up to 18 months required for application processing and provide reimbursement to these facilities that often provide uncompensated care for many months. SB 543, as amended, does not authorize new positions and appropriates just $1 for the biennium ending June 30th, 2027. We heard during testimony that, nevertheless, this bill has the support of the New Hampshire Care Association, the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and the New Hampshire Hospital Association because it sets up the mechanism for monetizing a revolving loan fund in the future. It will not go into effect unless and until it is funded. SB 543 also ensures that once a final determination has been made on the long-term care Medicaid application, any provider who received payments from the revolving fund for a provisionally eligible individual shall reimburse the Department of Health and Human Services the total amount received for services rendered regardless of the outcome of the application. Under this bill, counties shall not be liable for provisional eligibility and/or payments, thereby protecting payment caps. As it now stands, both private and county nursing facilities are currently owed millions of dollars for care provided to patients awaiting approval for Medicaid coverage of long-term services and support, causing fiscal strain on budget planning for staffing and building costs. Most importantly, when county nursing homes go unreimbursed, the cost of that uncompensated care inevitably passes to property taxpayers. This bill ought to pass to create a statutory framework to protect taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly true that long-term care facilities do need help. They do face difficult financial times. The problem with this bill is that it just didn't address the kind of needs, and it didn't provide the kind of essential guarantees that we think that the state of New Hampshire needs. Long-term care, as I just mentioned, is a problem. However, here we see two things. Number one is that we don't know what the true extent of the financial liability will be to the state. In terms of long-term care and Medicaid expenditures. And also importantly is that as it relates to private vendors, such as private nursing homes and things like that, they may find themselves in a difficult position and eventually may either default, may result in Chapter 11 bankruptcy filings, or may simply go out of business and the state would have little to no recourse. It's been an unfortunate history that some major nursing home chains have in fact filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And for those who are familiar with that, that's basically a plan of reorganization. So unless there can be something worked out whereby the state could ameliorate its risk, unfortunately we couldn't recommend passage at this time. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Representative Weber? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate, majority inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 543. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lucas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if it is clear from testimony given on SB 543 that millions of dollars worth of care provided by New Hampshire's 74 private and county skilled nursing facilities goes uncompensated while Medicaid eligibility is being determined, and if the availability of a revolving loan fund would improve the fiscal status of skilled nursing facilities and help them avoid bankruptcy, while protecting taxpayers from additional costs related to uncompensated care provided by county nursing homes. And if, given the current budget constraints, it makes sense to enact a statute that provides the groundwork for a revolving fund that will be monetized in the future when and only when the funds are available, would I then press the red button to oppose the ITL motion so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the ultimate cost of this bill, if enacted, is not clear, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state's ability to recover funds in tight budgetary times is questionable when factors such as bankruptcy can come into play, then, Mr. Speaker, would I push the green button and support the majority committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 543. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 545 FN, Act relative to financial eligibility for the Medicare Savings Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Stephen Kesselring from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative William Palmer from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on SB 545. SB 545, as amended, will continue to provide access to the low-income subsidy program, which helps older New Hampshireites who are qualified through the Medicare Savings Program pay for prescription drugs and other expenses. It is fully funded by the federal government and costs the state of New Hampshire nothing. Failure to pass this bill will leave federal funds already available on the table. Without this bill, patients will lose their prescription drug coverage, and their medical conditions are likely to worsen, leading to emergency room visits and hospitalizations, both increasing the suffering of patients and accompanying the cost to the state. SB 545 had bipartisan support from the other body, and no one testified against it in our committee. Concerns in our committee of the cost of the state have been addressed by the revised fiscal note of 4/7/2026, stating that the program is fully federally funded and will have no fiscal impact on New Hampshire's budget. Please vote red so that a better motion can be made and that we can keep our less advantaged seniors healthy. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this really easy. If we remove the means testing from the requirement, we then open this up to pretty much everyone or a lot more people that have the means to take care of it. We're also going to be taking away those funds, even though it is federally funded, that are available on the federal level for those people. So I encourage you to push the green button on the ITL. Thank you.
Representative Weber has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. It'll be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedience to legislate on Senate Bill 545. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Palmer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we should maintain and improve access to medications and medical care that aren't covered by Medicare, and if I know that this program has been successfully protecting low-income seniors' access to vital medications since 2003 at no cost to the state and should continue to do so, then I would press the red button to save the program. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mazur for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill removes long-standing resource limits and expands eligibility for the Medicare Savings Program without clear guardrails, and if I know the bill assumes continued full federal funding and that there is no assurance that the state won't be left paying the bill if federal money falls short in the future. And finally, if I know we have limited public resources and that this bill broadens eligibility instead of targeting help to only those Granite State seniors who need it the most, would I please press the green button for ITL? Thank you.
Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on Senate Bill 545. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 153 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 549 FN, an act requiring certain syringe service program entities to provide options for disposal of used syringes and needles and creating reporting requirements for such entities. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Matt Drew for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Tim Hartnett for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Hartnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 549. I speak in opposition to this bill. The bill essentially holds syringe exchange programs responsible for all syringe waste we see in public places. The sight of this is truly awful. No one disputes that. But let's be clear about a few things. Syringe exchange programs are the only programs in the state assertively and actively collecting used syringes from IV drug users, and they do so enthusiastically. Many programs are already reporting a 90% or better collection rate as defined in the bill. Syringe exchange programs are not the only source of syringes. You can buy them cheaply at your local pharmacy. You can buy them online. I encourage you to Google it at your seat and you will see this. So the syringe waste or dirty needles you see in public places are not necessarily from needle exchange programs. This bill holds them singularly accountable in a way that no other distributor is. Decades of studies have demonstrated that syringe exchange programs reduce the amount of public syringe waste. That's right, reduce the amount of public syringe waste. They are not the cause of dirty needles in our streets, but are and have been a hard-working part of the solution. Again, syringe exchange programs are the only programs in the state that actively and assertively work on a daily basis to reduce syringe waste. Financially fragile syringe programs have proven for decades to reduce syringe waste, reduce the spread of multiple life-threatening diseases, reduce drug abuse, reduce crime, increase public safety, and substantially increase engagement in substance abuse, mental health, and physical health treatment. Some of the requirements in this bill have the potential to move critical syringe exchange resources away from vital services, and this will likely lead to more, not less, public syringe waste. How could this happen? Let me explain. These programs are run on a razor-thin margin. An active needle exchange program harvests syringe waste. People bring in volumes of syringes, taking people away from this core activity so they can comply with regulatory tasks and possibly walking through parks to pick up used syringes one at a time. In short, bad ROI, trading 100 collected syringes for 30 found syringes. Should these programs be regulated? You bet. Let's find a better way. Let's not make syringe exchange programs the fall guy for the complex problem of drug abuse. Please vote no on SB 549 so that we can come back and draft a better bill and tackle this serious and real problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Free syringe programs are helpful to reduce transmissible diseases among drug users, but they have created a public health risk with discarded syringes being left everywhere, particularly in my city in Manchester. This bill is a first step towards addressing that problem by requiring these programs to provide disposal options, help users understand them, and report on how many syringes are recovered. This gives these programs an opportunity to address this issue without a more heavy-handed regulatory response. This is the kinder, gentler version of this bill. This gives the syringe programs a chance to act like adults and clean up after themselves. And let's be real here. When you're handing out thousands and thousands and thousands of free syringes, it's probably those syringes that are ending up on the ground all around our cities. I urge you to press the green button and support OTP. Thank you.
Representative Weber has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed on Senate Bill 549. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hartnett for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that used syringes on our streets and parks come from a variety of sources, in-state pharmacies, online shopping with Amazon delivery, and yes, syringe exchange programs, and if I know that only programs in the state assertively pursuing and collecting used syringes are syringe exchange programs, and if I know that syringe exchange programs are bullish on collecting used syringes, many already collecting at the 90% threshold outlined in the bill, and if I know that Senate Bill 549 may cause syringe exchange programs to reallocate resources away from core functions, and this would likely lead to increased syringe waste on our streets and possible program closures, would I not press the red button so the new battle-tested bill could be drafted to decrease syringe waste and truly clean up our streets and parks? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that drug addiction is extremely prevalent in society and that the use of syringes is a huge means by which these drugs are used, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that these syringes litter the landscape of many of our communities, creating significant health hazards, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the provision of clean, sterile syringes helps to reduce the spread of infection and disease by those who use such drugs, And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation creates a syringe recovery reporting requirement for syringe distribution programs and establishes standards for recovery, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and support the majority committee recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order Pass on Senate Bill 549. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance.
So we have a floor amendment. Then we're going on to pass the amendment.
Committee on Housing, to which was referred Senate Bill 564, an act prohibiting certain municipal development restrictions. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. So Joe Alexander for the committee. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Alexander to offer floor amendment 1600H.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you may be wondering why we have a bill on the regular calendar that is a 15-0 vote. It is because the ranking member had asked me to leave it on the regular calendar so they could consider a floor amendment. After conversations with the floor amendment, we came up with a compromise between the two parties in the committee. So with that, it's a simple amendment that would basically make sure that municipalities shall not impose a numerical cap greater than or less than what the current proposed lots are with the current zoning regulations and requirements. It also allows municipalities to permit the placement of utilities, but make sure that we protect such areas such as wetland and shorelines. And it moves out the effective date on the bill so that municipalities may update their zoning ordinances before this bill takes effect. So I ask that you join the bipartisan group to support the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is floor amendment 1600. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. We are now on to ought to pass as amendment, and the chair recognizes Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. I used to be a selectman in a former life, and I've gone through the planning board process. The first thing that bothers me, and I got a whole list here, so I'm sorry, but on this bill. But I heard that this bill was introduced because of a constituent that was having problems with the planning board. Okay? The trouble was, there's two more steps. He's trying to jump over the ZBA to get a variance and/or the Superior Court. So what he's trying to do is convince us that this is the right thing to do because we want to build more houses. But the plan is already in place. We have a system that will allow him an administrative avenue. The wording of the bill, I hate this word. What does the imposing reasonable conditions mean? reasonable to me may not be reasonable to somebody else. So what are we doing now? Opening up our towns that we serve for lawsuits? Just the language itself means it can be abused. Oh, and it cites state fire code numerous times. So I did a little research, and I talked to some of our members here that are firemen, and the state fire code doesn't have any limits on the length of the road. It talks about adjacent roads, but to cite fire code when we're dealing with the length of the road doesn't really, it's not a germane argument. Let's see. I don't want to skip that, but I will. Okay, what about a fire? Say you have a dead-end road that's a mile long. And this happened in one of the towns that I represented. The maximum hose length they have is 2,500 feet. And it's got to be from a water source. But say you're a mile down the road and your house is on fire and the tanker trucks only hold so much water. And so your house burns down. Whose fault is it? Is it the town's because they don't have the equipment to come put the fire out at your house because it's more than the 2,500 feet? There's a liability issue here that this bill doesn't even recognize. Oh, and this is my favorite. If you have the inability to get trucks to the fire, you're going to be required to have a cistern. And in talking to one of the planning board chairmen, a road that long may require a 30 to 40,000 gallon cistern. And I talked to the former road agent that does cisterns, and something that large is $100,000. So now are we back to the reasonable condition of the plan? Going back to that, it's going to end up in court. But here's my favorite. It's done. This is it. This is it. This is it. In the bill, it says they're going to preserve public safety by doing this bill. Well, I lived on a dead-end road. It was only 1,700 feet, and it was a blizzard, and a large pine tree fell across the road. And a person at the end of the road put in a call for help, medical help. Well, when the ambulance got there, middle of the road. So then they had to call the fire department to bring chainsaws. And then someone had to move the tree, so the highway department had to get some trucks to move the tree. And then the plow came. No, the person didn't die, Kenny. Luckily, they got to them. But the point here is, when you have a bill that cites a prerequisite of public safety, and you have a road that's a mile long, you could have 2 trees down. It's a bad bill. I encourage you to vote no. Thank you very much for your patience.
Chair recognizes Representative Frock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives of the people of New Hampshire, Senate Bill 564 is not a good bill. In fact, it's a bad bill. It's a very bad bill. It's yet another in a long string of bills that takes land use decisions away from those who are best positioned to make those decisions, the local planning boards. And it imposes a statewide, one-size-fits-all mandated solution. SB 564 directly contradicts RSA 674:35(1), which states, and I quote, "A municipality may, by ordinance or resolution, authorize the planning board to approve or disapprove plans showing the extent to which and the manner in which streets within subdivisions shall be graded and improved, and to which streets, water, sewer, and other utility mains, pipings, connections, or facilities within subdivisions shall be installed," end quote. For decades, the state has empowered local voters to enable their local planning boards to make these decisions where shared private or public infrastructure shall be placed in new housing subdivisions. These ordinances promote good development that limits the impacts on abutters, open green space, wildlife habitat, the visual landscape, and environmentally sensitive lands. SB 564 would undermine these long-respected and necessary harms. SB 564 would undermine these long-respected and necessary authorities and encourage development that harms abutters, communities, and the environment. I've spent 20 years on land use boards and have chaired my town's planning board for about 8 years. SB 564 does not align with best planning practices, and it will promote poorly planned residential developments. This bill runs counter to planning tools used by over 170 municipalities, such as the innovative land use controls of open space subdivisions and cluster developments that are authorized by RSA 674:2. The provisions of SB 564 would make it harder for municipalities to encourage good planning practices and promote robust, reasonable development while preserving open green space and the intangible but important characteristics of our many Granite State communities. In the long term, this could cause municipalities to repeal conservation or open space subdivision and cluster development ordinances, which would have the effect of actually limiting the number of new housing units built in New Hampshire. SB 564 does absolutely nothing to increase the stock of affordable housing for hardworking Granite Staters. The floor amendment sought to address the bill's severe conflicts with local conservation or open space subdivision and cluster development ordinances, but it failed to do so. The amendment did not change the bill's intent and impact. SB 564 is opposed by the New Hampshire Planners Association. Last year, the New Hampshire Planners Association and the New Hampshire Municipal Association opposed many bills with the same intent as 564. This House, in its wisdom, killed those bills. I ask you to please vote no by pushing the red button so a better motion can be made, and I ask for a division.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SB 564 is a simple bill that will bring road length regulations in line with similar language this body overwhelmingly passed last year relative to state codes. Last year, we passed HB 628, almost unanimously, that would bring the building code to one state, one code. This bill brings the fire code regarding road length in line with this concept. Under current law, municipalities are allowed to arbitrarily deny a request for additional road length without demonstrating the road length violates health, safety, or welfare of the municipality. This bill reins in this power by making sure municipalities outline specifically what additional road length would do to violate health, safety, welfare. So I've heard two things. One from my friend from Hollis. He indicated that there's going to be down trees on this dead-end road. Yes, it may delay response time, but there are down trees on roads that have ends to both. There's down trees everywhere. Do we just stop allowing development because we're afraid of trees going down? To me, it seems a little ludicrous, that argument. So there's going to be down trees everywhere. We live in New Hampshire. So, and then the other thing about this, some may make the argument about water. The state fire marshal, I spoke with him this morning, he indicated that there's absolutely no issues with extending the road, and municipalities may require a developer or property owner install additional cisterns to comply with the ability to get water down this dead-end road. Please vote for the bill. Thank you.
A division has been called for. Member, who's requesting a roll call? Senator Litchfield is requesting a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? No, it is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the committee report of order passes on Senate Bill 564. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Flanagan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, thank you. If I know that this bill does not preserve public safety, and if I know that a dead-end road doesn't have an egress, but other roads in New Hampshire do have multiple egresses, so you wouldn't be stuck with a tree down the middle of the road, and if I know that there is potentially a fire hazard, would you join me and vote no to ought to pass on Senate Bill 564? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative David Page for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the state fire marshal has unequivocally indicated that he sees no public safety concerns regarding this bill, and if I know that this bill will remove barriers to the safe and reasonable development of new housing that we need, and if I know that the floor amendment we just passed removed the reference to citing utilities in open space, then would I now press the green button to support the motion of ought to pass as amended? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended, Senate Bill 564. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stone.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. (196) voting yea, 147 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 464 FN, Act relative to civil rights enforcement. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bob Lynn from the majority of the committee. The amendment is 1369H, printed in House Record 16, page 37. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. We're going to have a division for a clarification. Only those that were in the chamber. This is a division vote for clarification on the last voice vote. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Andrews.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, I also intend to say the vote. 178 voting yea, 150 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Lynn offers floor amendment 1572H and is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise in support of floor amendment 1572H to this bill. This amendment replaces the committee amendment that we just approved. And since I was a primary proponent of that committee amendment, I owe you an explanation of the request for this floor amendment. This bill deals with the Civil Rights Act found in RSA 354B. This is not the act most people think of when they think of civil rights protections. That act is RSA 354A, which prohibits discrimination in things like employment, housing, public accommodations, and other such things. RSA 354B is different. It is directed at acts or threats of violence, property damage, or trespass committed by someone who is motivated by race, sex, gender identity, religion, disability, and other protected classes. And it gives the Attorney General the ability to bring civil actions against such persons to redress such conduct. Two things are required to subject a person to liability under this statute. First, a bad act or threat, and second, the motivation for the act or threat being the protected class of the target. The current statute is not well drafted. There are two major problems with it. The first is that while the statute says the motivation must be the protected class of the targeted person or group, it does not require that the motivation also be a bad motivation. So let me give you an example. Suppose a person trespasses on your property and posts a sign saying New Hampshire should be for white people only. No question, the person is subject to liability under the law. But now suppose a short while later another person comes along, sees the sign, is deeply offended by it because he does not believe in racism, and goes on your property and removes it. Under the statute as it is now written, the second person is equally subject to liability under the statute. That just is not right. Yes, it is true that both persons have trespassed on your property, and you may have a private right of action against either or both of them for trespass. But those actions are not civil rights cases and are not predicated upon motivation. It turns the whole concept of civil rights on its head to allow the Attorney General to bring an action under RSA 354B against someone who acts because he or she supports equal treatment of all people under the law. Yet the law as it is currently written would allow this. The second problem with the current law concerns how it interacts with a right to freedom of speech. This concern arises primarily, but not exclusively, when dealing with threatened bad conduct rather than conduct that is actually carried out. The way the law is currently written creates a real danger that it can capture more than what are known under the law as true threats, and therefore that it can chill people from exercising their legitimate First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. The committee amendment that we just passed addressed these issues, but did so candidly in a way that went further than it needed to go and raised concerns from the Attorney General's office, which did not support either the original bill as it came to us from the other body or the committee amendment. In an effort to address these concerns, over the last 2 weeks, I and my colleague from Westmoreland worked cooperatively with each other and with Attorney Locke, the chief of the AG's Civil Rights Division, to come up with an alternative that addresses the problems with the current law without undercutting its effectiveness. I believe this floor amendment accomplishes these goals. To address the motivation issue, the floor amendment provides that to be liable for violating the act, a person must be motivated by hostility or animus towards the protected class. This ensures that, in the example I gave earlier, the person who took down the racist sign cannot be subject to liability in a suit by the Attorney General. To address the First Amendment concerns, whereas the committee amendment attempted to do this by narrowing the application of the statute to capture only conduct or threats that were substantially, rather than simply motivated, but substantially motivated by hostility toward the protected status, and for threats, only those threats those threats that threaten imminent bad conduct. The floor amendment adopts an approach that better balances the competing civil rights and First Amendment issues at stake. It does this by more carefully defining what constitutes a true threat that is not protected by the First Amendment or by Part 1, Article 19 of the state constitution, and by imposing the requirement that to be subject to liability under the statute, a person must act knowingly. What this means is that for someone to be held liable for threatening conduct, their words or actions, under all the circumstances, must be such as would convey to a reasonable person that the actor intends to carry out the threat, has the apparent ability to do so, and the real possibility that the threatened harm may occur. This standard is an objective one, and it is taken from U.S. Supreme Court and New Hampshire Supreme Court case law. In addition to the threat meeting this objective standard, to prove the knowingly element, the Attorney General must also prove that the actor subjectively understood or was aware of the fact that his conduct could be objectively viewed as a real threat. Note, this does not mean that the Attorney General must prove that the actor actually intended to carry out the threat. If you call in a bomb threat to a church or a synagogue, you can be held liable under the statute whether you actually intended to place the bomb or not. But what the subjective knowledge requirement does ensure is that statements that are mere hyperbole. My wife says to me, "We're having guests for dinner tonight. If you're not home on time, I'll kill you." Does she really mean to threaten me? Of course not. At least I should say to kill me, maybe to threaten me, but not to kill me. At least I hope not. But anyway, this ensures that the statute cannot be used to capture hyperbole or satire or other kinds of things that are not really intended as a threat. We believe that this floor amendment achieves a better balance between protection of civil rights and freedom of speech, and I urge you to support it by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would request a division vote.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Lynn Flora Amendment 1572H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Belcher. Representative Seibert and Lloyd.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 329 voting yea, 9 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred Senate Bill 627 FN. It's getting noisy. An act relative to toll rate adjustments and periodic inflation-based toll reviews for the New Hampshire Turnpike system to support the 27 through 36 10-year transportation plan. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Martin Jack for the committee. The amendment is 1352H, printed in House Record 16, pages 47 through 51. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it's going to Ways and Means. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred Senate Bill 450 FN, an act relative to state parks pass pilot program for recovery centers and community mental health centers. If you consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ron Dunn for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Susan Vale for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 450 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred Senate Bill 449 FN. Either it quiets down in here and people stop talking, or I will take a recess, which will means that you'll be here longer than we have to be. An act relative to the participation of large customer generators in net metering relative to energy storage in connection with net metering. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael votes for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following amendment and a recommendation. The bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kat McGee for the minority. The chair recognizes Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, Senate Bill 449, is brought to us by 10 Republican state senators. It's supported by the Business and Industry Association. It's supported by companies across the state with thousands of employees, and it's come to us 3 straight years now in the name of businesses calling out for relief from high electricity costs that are impacting their ability to keep their doors open, pay their employees, and remain in business in their locations in our state. The fact is that New Hampshire's electricity costs are among the highest in the country and constitute a business expense that's unacceptably high. This bill would allow businesses to simply place solar panels and batteries on their property to supply themselves with electricity. And any excess supply they can resell to the grid in order to help recover their costs. That's it in a nutshell. The opponents of this bill like to say that this program constitutes some sort of unfair subsidy to these producers. This is an argument that bears little relation to reality, to be frank. The utilities simply pay for that excess supply at a wholesale rate and then resell it down the line to whoever's using that electricity to power their homes or businesses at a retail rate. They add a distribution charge to it, which is their right. They own the distribution grid that the electrons run on. This isn't an unfair subsidy. This is just capitalism. It's business as usual in America. It's no different than selling eggs. To call this an unfair practice and a redistribution of wealth, as I've heard it described on my committee, and at the same time to say that we need more electric supply in New Hampshire, which we do, in order to grow our economy and lower our costs, is absurd. Here we have people who want to invest their hard-earned dollars and bring much-needed electric supply to our state at reasonable and market-based rates. It's reasonable, it's fair, it's capitalism. Let's do it. The other distortion that you'll hear from opponents is that somehow net-metered solar is freeloading and shirking its responsibility because it's not dispatchable. It can't turn on and off. Well, first of all, batteries are dispatchable. And the net-metered solar power that's not dispatchable doesn't get paid for that service. The producers that do produce on-demand energy bid into and get paid on something called the New England Forward Capacity Market that we invented. Again, capitalism. So don't be fooled by that argument. Instead, let's let businesses and industries grow again in New Hampshire. Let's support this bill brought to us by 10 Republican senators and allow businesses to use their own solar panels and batteries to supply themselves and us with the juice that we need to run our state and lower our bills. So push red, and Mr. Speaker, we're going to roll call this one.
Chair recognizes Representative Douglas Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is almost like Senate Bill 106, which the House indefinitely postponed in 2025, only it's a little bit worse. It proposes a new class of electricity user called industrial host and allows growth in net metering up to 5 megawatts. The current cap for net metering is 1 megawatt. If commercial industrial users are allowed net metering up to 5 megawatts, state ratepayers could pay millions more in their electric bills. Now how does this work? Why is that? Well, since utilities consider the exported kilowatt hours as surplus energy and sell them back to the grid at hourly average wholesale cost, they are entitled to recover those costs at stranded costs charges and pass those costs on to the ratepayers. For instance, just one 5 megawatt system under this bill's limits would generate about $439,783 in yearly credits at the default service rate. That same generation at the wholesale rate would cost only about $252,973, leaving stranded costs recovery at $186,810. Now imagine if 10 of those commercial systems were out there under this bill, the stranded cost recovery charge could be $1,868,100. Now imagine if that was 10 times that. That's what we're talking about. All these costs will be recovered from ratepayers. The state of Maine already did this in 2025, and they now have over $250 million in increased net metering costs imposed on their ratepayers. Although this bill helps the business community, it does so at the expense of our residential ratepayers. This amounts to what we call as corporate welfare. It does so, and it's not a bill that can work. Please, press green for ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? Member yields.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A real simple question. Is there anything that prevents a industrial organization, whatever company, or in this case it could be universities, from building a 4 megawatt solar system and using that electricity for their own needs?
Thank you for the question. No, nothing at all prevents it. They just won't get the net metering charges for it, that's all.
Representative McGee has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on Senate Bill 449. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the most recent New Hampshire Energy Report states that the high cost of energy in New Hampshire is directly tied to the state's lack of local energy supply, and if I know that the Business and Industry Association has been championing this solution to the problem for multiple sessions because New Hampshire's flagship businesses are the perfect partners to make the large investments needed to increase local electricity supply, but that ROI just doesn't work out unless they can make a significant investment to a significant amount of electricity and also be compensed for any additional energy that supply can put back onto the grid. And finally, if I know that this Republican-sponsored bill is designed to save businesses on their high electric costs, but also to put the energy they no longer need from the grid and any excess power that they create onto the distribution system, avoiding import and transmission costs to drive down costs for everyone, and that is what is commonly known as a win-win, then would I now push the red button to reject the flawed recommendation of ITL on this business-friendly bill so that a better motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that business energy costs should be the responsibility of business owners, not ratepayers. If I also know that this bill could expose ratepayers to tens of millions or possibly even hundreds of millions of dollars in additional costs. And finally, if I know that this bill has failed to pass muster in this body multiple times because we simply can't afford it, then would I press the green button to say yet again that this proposal is still a bad idea? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of Indians meeting to legislate on Senate Bill 449. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred Senate Bill 538FN, an act extending net metering eligibility terms for municipal energy projects. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to be passed with amendment. Representative Michael votes for the committee. The amendment is 1453H, printed on House Record 16 on page 41. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Vos offers amendment 1578H, which can be found in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About 3 days after we passed the amendment that this body just adopted to Senate Bill 538, we were informed that it had some unintended consequences that we missed during our committee deliberations. Hydroelectric generators would be negatively affected by the language that we adopted in the amendment that we just voted on. So I'm offering this amendment, amendment number 1578H. Myself and the ranking member are offering this amendment, which simply changes the last half of the last sentence in the original bill, and it replaces the text that says, "From the first day on which compensation is received," to "for the longer of 15 years from the first day in which compensation is received or until December 31st of 2040. That's the only change it makes, and it will allow hydroelectric suppliers who have signed contracts through December 31st of 2040 to be able to deliver on those contracts. So I urge the body to adopt this floor amendment and urge the body to adopt the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1578H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted, and the main motion is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 538. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's and the motion's adopted. And Senate Bill 538 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred Senate Bill 540FN, an act relative to portable solar generation devices. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Vos for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Harrington for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1452H, printed in House Record 16 on pages 41 to 42. You ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Representative Harrington is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a well-intentioned bill, but the problem is it accomplishes nothing. One must only read the majority report to figure this out. It talks about this bill attempts to provide important safeguards concerning a bunch of things. It attempts to do it, but it doesn't. There's a requirement in here that all systems be certified by a national national organization, nationally recognized, imposing nationally recognized safety standards. I went on Lowe's, I went on Home Depot web pages, I went on Amazon, and I was able to buy these things if I wanted to. No mention of any certification by any nationally recognized laboratory whatsoever. There's a requirement in here that says you can only buy them, install them up to 1,200 watts. They were able to buy them for 2,000 and 3,000 watts, readily available. So all these things can be bought, and it recognizes, again, looking at the majority report, that there's a lot of safety hazards involved in these. These are generators that aren't used like an emergency generator where you use it, you put it on when the power is off. These are meant to be used while you are getting power. It supplements that, which can create overloads in circuits and also has the potential for backfeeding. So in that rare case when you have one of these things plugged in and you're using little or no electricity, you're going to be putting electricity back onto the grid. That can create a safety hazard, but it also gives you a cost. This is not mentioned in the bill at all. When you're feeding the grid this way, because you have a regular meter, the meter only recognizes kilowatt hours going by. It doesn't care which direction you're going in. So if you feed 10 kilowatt hours over the course of a month back onto the grid, you're going to pay for that, even though you're supplying electricity. Nothing in there is mentioned in this bill about this. So it doesn't accomplish anything. There's no education provision other than the Department of Energy is going to put something up on their website. Now, I'm sure everybody in the room reads the Department of Energy website at least once a week and figures out exactly what's going on. And there's no penalty and there's no enforcement mechanism. Even if I was to drive down the street or anyone was to say, look, there's 3 plug-in solar panels on that person's back deck, he should only have 1. I'm going to call, oops, there's really nobody to call. And if there was, and that whoever that was, they have no enforcement provisions because there's no penalties for violating this. Would have been a much better way to do this would be have a study committee, or as the minimum, put in a bill stuffer where you all get them when you open up your electric bill, but at least then everyone would be made aware of the problems with these issues and the safety concerns. This bill does nothing like that. It doesn't accomplish anything. It gives us a false sense of, well, we can pat ourselves on the back, we've solved that problem. We haven't solved anything. It should have been a study committee. Let's wait, bring back a real bill next year that actually accomplishes something. So please push the red button. Thank you.
Representative McGee is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleague from Stratford was the only dissenter on the House committee for a rare energy bill that was bipartisan on both sides of the wall. The argument goes that there's no reason to pass a bill if we cannot enforce what people do on the safety standards in the use of plug-in solar devices. This bill sets forth what we know, that the guidance on U.S. portable solar standards is due out this fall, and we can pass the bill to coordinate with that guidance to help consumers get informed through their utilities on how to safely use plug-in solar to lower their bills with units of up to 1,200 watts. Why is this bill bipartisan? SB 540 helps individuals lower their own electric costs, and it also adds to local energy supply, which will reduce costs for everyone, as I mentioned on the last bill. There is no requirement for utilities or government to manage or enforce what is basically a plug-in device. We don't manage any other personal plug-in devices, and we are all using plenty of them. Generators, hair dryers, personal computers, router systems. The whole concept is that we can increase local energy supply with smaller solar units without cumbersome utility or government involvement. It's low-hanging fruit. But if there are potential risks in the use of these devices, then we should try to mitigate those risks by providing some guidance in law. We understand that these units are already available to consumers online. What we want in statute is that New Hampshire will adopt the UL 3700 safety rules for portable solar devices as customized for the U.S. electrical standards that are coming out this fall. The bill offers simple statutory guidance for utilities and consumers on the safe operation of portable solar devices. So please push the green button, and I request a division. Thank you.
Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Question is on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 540. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 293 in the affirmative, 43 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Senate Bill 540 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F, the Chair of Finance waives the following second committee bills: Senate Bill 494, 586, 429, 540, and 549. And pursuant to House Rule 47F, the Chair of Criminal Justice waives the second committee referral of Senate Bill 617. Excuse me, 549.
549. Oh, he's back. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred Senate Bill 589 FN, an act relative to port electrification, microgrid development, and cybersecurity standards for energy and water systems. Having considered the same report, the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment, Representative Kat McGee for the committee. The amendment 1412H, printed in House Record 16 on page 44. Questions on the amendment? Be ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. The main motion is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes have it. And the committee report's adopted. Good try. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. It was Senate Bill 594, not 549, that was waived from criminal justice. Thank you.
The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred Senate Bill 591FN, an act allowing utility companies to own or build generation facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Thomas Corman for the minority of the committee. Representative Reynolds is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And greetings, colleagues. SB 591 is both unnecessary and contrary to the principles on which New Hampshire's restructured electricity supply market was founded 3 decades ago. Its sponsors' stated goals are to spur the construction of more generation assets in the state, in the belief that it will somehow make New Hampshire more energy secure. But it is more likely to have the opposite effect. And let me tell you why. First, our monopoly electric utilities may already invest in distributed generation facilities up to a cumulative maximum of 6% of their total peak demand. Yet, this bill proposes to increase the allowable maximum amount of generation that all 3 of our regulated monopoly utilities could build and own from 6% of their total peak demand to 10%. Now, in the nearly 20 years that the utilities have been allowed to do this, they have had this authority for almost 20 years. Only one of those utilities has done so, and they've built exactly one project, which opened last year, the Kingston 5-megawatt solar array owned by Unitil. Any utility that undertakes a project like this gets a guaranteed rate of return north of 8% on whatever they build, whether it works out or not, with the ratepayers footing the costs. This bill places the risk of cost overruns and stranded costs on ratepayers, not on private investors where it belongs. Why increase the cap when our 3 utilities are nowhere near approaching it now? Furthermore, as for the energy security part of this argument, New Hampshire, as you all know, is part of a regional grid, a regional market for electricity. And we are historically a net exporter. Any new facility built in New Hampshire will become part of the regional grid. It's not as though the output of any new plant built, enabled by this legislation, will be reserved to ensure the energy security of New Hampshire. So why should New Hampshire ratepayers bear the financial risk of its construction? If we give our regulated monopoly utilities more ability to make large capital investments in generation, which they have not asked for, by the way, with no risk to them, that will discourage the independent power producers, the private capital, from making such investments. This bill would not make progress toward a level playing field, a competitive market. It would tilt the field, with ratepayers bearing the risk. If you want a private market to emerge and thrive don't further empower the monopoly utilities to play in that market with a decided competitive advantage. It's bills like this that discourage free and fair competition. After all, it's competition that lowers prices. I urge you all to stick to your principles and the principles of our restructured electricity supply market with fair competition on a level playing field where private capital and investors, not ratepayers, bear the risk of making uneconomic investments. That is the surest route to sufficient electricity supply at the lowest cost for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I guess I would ask you agree that in this bill it talks about how the Public Utilities Commission would have to approve everything, but historically, whether it be this legislature or the Public Utilities Commission, the track record has not been very good at protecting ratepayers. For example, the Merrimack coal plant scrubber cost ratepayers in excess of over $200 million. The Burgess biomass plant just recently cost ratepayers $100 million. So that is not really a safeguard that's going to protect ratepayers, is it?
No, it is not. I agree with you, Representative Harrington, that the PUC approval is not a safeguard. The requirement that the PUC approve these investments is not a safeguard, as the record shows. These plants can still be approved. The utilities have all of the information they're presenting. If they do this, they make their good case to the PUC. The PUC approves it in good faith, but they don't always work out. We are safer to rely on the competitive market.
Representative Bernardi is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows electric utilities to invest in distributed energy generation units up to 10% of the utility's total distribution peak in megawatts. Distribution energy is just a fancy way of saying local power on local wires, poles, and transformers. So no generation unit may be larger than 5 megawatts. These units are not connected to the big ISO New England transmission lines. We already allow utilities to own solar fields. This bill is agnostic with respect to generation source, meaning solar, wind, micronuclear, small-scale gas, biomass, hydro, or batteries. And batteries are not limited to the 10% investment threshold. Any investment is subject to a PUC determination that the benefits outweigh the costs to the ratepayers using a special, comprehensive, and extensive multi-factor review process, not the traditional review process. Because these small units, 5 megawatts or less, the prospect of ending up with stranded costs is vanishingly small. The bill is enabling for utilities to address the growing need for more power in the state. Unfortunately, you heard we need to rely on the major power producers, but they have testified in our committee that they're going to build nothing in New England because the return on investment is greater in the southeastern states and the central United States. So a winter peak where we have 35% of our power coming from oil with all EPA pollution standards waived is just to them an inadequate incentive. It's really hard to know how bad it has to get before they'll consider building something. The bill offers the further benefit by limiting generation size of lessening the need to rely on ISO New England sources for which we pay a skyrocketing day-ahead market surcharge. up to 6.5-fold increase this past year, from 140 million to 921 million. This bill enables an option to let utilities ensure the lights stay on in the local environment. No one else is. Please press the red button, and I requested division vote.
The question.
Please press the green button, excuse me.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on Senate Bill 591, and everyone seems to want a division vote, so this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on Senate Bill 591. Representative Corman is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the utilities get a guaranteed rate of return when they build generation facilities, and that if it doesn't work out, this bill places the risk of the cost overruns and stranded costs on the ratepayers, and if I know that this bill actually discourages free and fair competition, and if I may quote something we heard this morning from the Vice Chair of the Education Policy and Administration Committee, competition breeds excellence and innovation. And finally, if I know that this bill would raise the cap on distributed generation by the utilities from 6% of peak to 10% of peak, but they're nowhere near the 6% right now. There's just one project. Then would I press the red button?
Representative Bernardi is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Or Representative Doug Thomas is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that that New Hampshire needs investors to invest in our future energy needs, and if I know that investors need strong messages from legislation to attract them, and if I further know that allowing utilities to invest in a small percentage of all types of distributed energy generation, including batteries, sends that type of a message that we need, then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button to pass OTP? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on Senate Bill 591. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 in the affirmative, 151 in negative. The committee report's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 47F, the Chair of Ways and Means waives the following second committee referrals: Senate Bills 512, 590, 610, and 505.
The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, which was referred Senate Bill 599FN, an act relative to the Renewable Energy Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative John Schneller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lucius Partial from the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading. Open to further amendment. Representative McGee offers Amendment 1608H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SB 599 was brought to us as a housekeeping bill to restore language that had been mistakenly overwritten after the passage of HB 2. The error eliminated about $4 million per year from being moved out of the Renewable Energy Fund into the general fund as called for by HB 2. Those monies were already spoken for and needed to be restored, so our committee was asked to pass the bill to ensure that the funds would be available as originally appropriated. In the hearing, we encountered some legal questions of whether this transfer of dedicated fees into the general fund, which is comprised of taxes, was constitutional. Utility compliance payments are a fee that is not equally applied, and therefore it did not meet the legal definition inside Part 2, Section 6 of the New Hampshire Constitution as to what constitutes a tax. A lawyer who happened to be subbing on the committee when we exec the bill read the opinion that said that it is most likely not constitutional, not unconstitutional. So it was a lot of negatives. She said that she thought that that opinion you could probably drive a legal truck through. So we do not want to keep sweeping this fund without allowing future budget writers to weigh in. So the floor amendment, 1608H, restores the original intent of the bill, which is to allow the renewable energy funds to be moved into the general fund for this budget cycle, but it eliminates the language that leaves it open-ended and transfers the money beyond the current budget cycle. The Honorable Representative from Epping ran this amendment by the original sponsor in the Senate, and they're in agreement that this amendment is in alignment with the original purpose of the bill. So I ask for your support in voting for floor amendment 1608H. Thank you.
Question is on the adoption of Amendment 1608H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 448FN, an act modifying the definition of veteran. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Mike Belcher for the committee. The amendment, 1444H, is printed in House Record 16 on page 34. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. The main motion is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. Committee reports adopted. Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 492FN, An act authorizing the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services to license and lease property in which the department holds a property interest. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Sanjeev Manohar for the committee. Questions on Amendment 1443H, which is printed in House Record 16 on page 40. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. The main motion is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. Senate Bill 492 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 559FN, an act reducing the minimal allowable speed limit on locally controlled roads. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joseph Hamblin from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Miller is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, what is your number? What are you willing to accept in terms of crashes, injuries, and casualties on our roads? The concept of Vision Zero suggests we are working towards making all of those numbers zero. Perhaps not actually getting there, but at least we're trying. Unfortunately, however, at the state level, we refuse to act. As each potential solution is presented, we find a reason to reject it. We find straw man arguments such as drivers will be confused because the road looks the same but has different speed limits, or no one obeys the speed limit anyways, so we shouldn't bother setting them. Or even worse, signs cannot change driver behavior. That is simply untrue. We have real evidence, real data from the past couple of years in Wales where the default speed limit was changed to 20 miles an hour. When the signs changed, so did driver behavior. They slowed down. Not enough, but they slowed down. Traffic safety improved commensurately. Even in areas where only the signs changed, no other changes made to the roads, crashes decreased by 21% and casualties by 11%. These are substantial, real improvements. Don't get me wrong, I'd rather see more than just changing the speed limits. But this body has rejected such efforts time and time again. There is no one magic fix to road safety, but there are a lot of little steps we can take in that direction, and this is an easy one. A move that will make things better in our communities. We should not reject it simply for failing to be a panacea, but embrace it for being one of the many steps necessary towards a coherent solution. I also understand that there were some concerns with this bill about making school and construction zones as low as 10 miles an hour. An amendment is available to keep those at the current 15 limit. Our constituents, our towns and cities are begging to have more control over their communities. They are desperate to perform the necessary traffic studies and make changes that work for their local needs. We, as a body, should help them do that. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Walsh is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 20 miles an hour anywhere, 20 miles an hour everywhere. That is the unsaid goal of this bill. Mr. Speaker, you probably heard, as I just did, that the bill also says before a municipality can lower the speed limit, it has to take on a traffic investigation or a study. The problem with that is there is no definition of what the objectives of that study should be. So, however, I guess I'm going to need these after all. So potentially, without having a clear definition, we could be allowing every town and city to lower any street or road in their town, including state highways that are maintained under an urban compact, to 20 miles an hour. RSA 265 is currently pretty clear. All motor vehicle operators must reduce their speed to what is reasonable and prudent based on obstacles or hazards. It is against the law to run over pedestrians. It's against the law to run bicycles off the road, even though it's sometimes very tempting. It's also clear what is unlawful, it is unlawful, I should say, to exceed the legal posted speed limit. So imagine the first time you, Mr. Speaker, get a $50 ticket plus assessment for going 25 miles on an hour on a road that was designed to handle 40. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to keep going on this, although I could. The Department of Transportation does show up every time we have one of these bills, and the previous speaker is correct. We've seen many of these. Now, they never take a position. They say, look, this is what you do, and this is what you can do. But we want to remind the committee, 20 miles an hour is painfully slow. Please support the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate? You ready for the question?
I ask for a roll call, please.
Simmer down now. Representative Miller requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 559, and Representative Budman's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know real liberty comes from local control, and if I know that locals pay taxes to support almost 12,000 miles of roads, and if I know that locals should have the right to local decisions over their own speed limits, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made?
Representative Walsh is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the one thing I forgot to mention, if this is adopted and towns start lowering their speed limits till 20 miles an hour, it is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no exceptions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, but then wouldn't I press the green button?
Questions, majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 559. There's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 218 in the affirmative, 110 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Questions on the third meeting motion? Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. Please stick around for a minute. The House will attend to announcements. Representative Moffett is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the state federal
members
to expeditiously and rapidly move to this rally point. Well, you're already here. All right. Beneath the Lincoln painting. Thank you, Representative Mannion, for straightening this out. And okay, attention to orders. The VA Vietnam Award honors the dedication and bravery of U.S. veterans who served during the Vietnam War era. This award demonstrates the nation's ongoing commitment to remembering the contributions of Vietnam-era veterans and ensuring their legacy is preserved for future generations. While around 75% of Vietnam-era veterans, service people, are no longer with us, there are still some in this body, Vietnam-era veterans, including one who we're going to honor today with the VA Vietnam-era Veterans Medal Challenge Coin. This individual is unaware that our ranking member is here and is in possession of the medal as we speak. Mr. Vice Chair, at this time, would you escort Representative Larry Gagne up here? There are rumors that the representative from Manchester may not run again this year. He has all kinds of Manchester peeps up in the front here with him. But whether he runs again or not, we wanted to take a very few moments just to thank him for his service on the Veterans Committee, to this body, and to his nation. Larry Gagne enlisted in the Navy in 1961, before some of us were here. He was once part of a uniformed honor guard after 1961 for Alan B. Shepard, first Grand Estater in space, first American in space. And later Petty Officer Gagne served on the USS Noah. That was the vessel that retrieved John Glenn from the ocean upon his return from orbiting the Earth in 1962. Some of you may remember that. The recent Artemis splashdown brought us back to that moment. That was his ship that picked up John Glenn. So, Representative Gagne, if you could please face our ranking member at this time, also from Manchester, Representative Seibert. And thank you again. Before we close, I was looking for a special guest. I do not see him. Mr. Vice Chair, if you could escort the special guest, another Vietnam veteran, the Honorable former Speaker Steve Shurtleff.
Gee, it's nice to be home again. In conclusion, I'm so glad to be here with all of you today, and especially to honor Larry. I first met Larry in 1970. God, Larry, you're old. I'm older than you. Not by much. Larry was a Manchester police officer, and when I got out of the Army, I joined the Concord Police. And departments decided to send us to the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy, which was held in Pembroke at the former tuberculosis sanitarium. So we know who the low bidder was on that contract. But it was a forerunner of today's police standards and training, and that's when I first got to know Larry. And we had a good group of people with us, and we enjoyed ourselves there. Mostly laughing at the mistakes that others were making, not police officers, but the instructors. Then, in 2006, Democrats happened to win that year, and Terry Nerali was the speaker, and she was kind enough to name me chair of the House Criminal Justice Committee. And we had a freshman Republican rep from Manchester, my old friend Larry, and it was so good seeing him. That was an unusual committee. It was the first time I'd chaired a committee, and I was extremely nervous. And I was so fortunate that David Welch was the longtime serving chair of that committee, who is now the ranking member. And he quickly became a friend and a mentor to me. In fact, once in a while, David and his wife and myself will get together at the Gaslighter and still have lunch. But David and I talked, and we said, you know, we're dealing with criminal justice bills. This really shouldn't be partisan if we're dealing with criminal law. What do you say we go this whole session without either side in this committee caucusing? And when we come to the exec, I said, David, when I come to the exec session, I'll call for a motion. If it fails, I'll look for another hand to be raised. Well, we didn't caucus, and once a month, Speaker Nerali would call me in and remind me that I wasn't caucusing, and I said, well, I can't. I gave David my word, you know. And it went that way for 2 weeks. And I remember Larry, at the end of the first year, said to me, you know, Steve, I know most of the committee is Democrats, but we got a lot of Republicans too. But after a year, there are people on the committee that I don't even know what party they belong to. I don't know if you remember that. I don't. Well, I do. And because I said to Larry, as far as I'm concerned, that's a compliment. So that was a great year. Then, 10 years later, 2018, as you know, when you come to the House, you fill out these we used to call them dream slips, dream sheets in the military. You say what committee you want to serve on and put down 3. Of course, you never usually get them, but it makes you feel good. Well, finally, my last term, 2018, I was assigned to a committee I had asked for in 2004, State and Fed and Veterans Affairs, being a veteran. And who was there to finish out my term with me was Larry, who was a longtime member of that committee and the deputy committee chair. And it was nice to finish on that committee. I was named deputy ranking member, which was my goal when I first came to the House. And the committee was so good, and I thank the chair, Colonel Moffett. We disagreed on the committee, but we're never disagreeable. So, Larry, you say you're leaving the House. Maybe. Well, I know that feeling. But I want you to know that I know for you, this isn't the end of the book. This is just the beginning of the next chapter. And Larry, you've been a great representative for the people of Ward 6 in Manchester, but you've been an even better friend, and I thank you for that. God bless you.
Okay, we've gone over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Emeritus. We've gone over our 3 minutes, but I do want to give Representative Gagnon a moment, if he'd like, before we close. Representative Gagné, less than 3 minutes.
You guys know I'm just plain bread, okay? I've been here for 18 years. I think I've been up in this well maybe 6 times, other than maybe in a caucus where I gave you a couple of martial arts moves to get kicking, all right? This was supposed to be for Steve. That's what I was told. He says, don't leave today. Don't leave because Steve's going to have a special something. Oh, I said, okay. So I remember when I first met Steve in the 70s, we were both at the police academy, and I says, we had a picture taken. He didn't tell you about the snowball fight we had graduation night, the day before graduation, where we had like 2 dorms, and one dorm A against dorm B. The poor guy who came around with his clipboard taking the damages from broken windows and all that good stuff afterwards, that was a great time. It was like what they call in the military, right, blue on blue, friendly fire. But when I saw him as a chair in criminal justice my first time, I remember telling him, and I said, I know you from somewhere, but I don't know where for sure because we both expanded some, right? And so I looked at a picture of my graduation picture. I went back. I says, that's him in the corner there, and that's me in the corner there. So I brought it to him. And I says, look at this, Mr. Chairman, right? I says, wow. So it's like old home days. I mean, we're going back. I was 25 years old. I'm 82 today. So there's been some changes. But I'm the same man I was then. And Lord willing, I will run again. Lord willing, but it's up to him. I plan on running again. I've had some good times here. I've had some bad times here. I've had some times when I felt like, let's go back in the ring and let's duke this out. We'll see who comes out on top, because that's what I used to do. I was a martial arts instructor in the last century. And anyway, but at other times it was, I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're an independent. I like you. So if I don't agree with you, you don't agree with me, but let's put the guns away and get along. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you all. Thank you all once again. Detail on 10. Hut! Fall out.
Representative Polozov is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you. Members of Medical Freedom Caucus, formerly known as Republican Vaccine Injury Caucus, Medical Freedom Caucus, we meet right now downstairs in room 122, 123. Thank you.
Representative Reed is recognized for personal privilege. The House will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of personal privilege. My character has been publicly impugned by a disciplinary letter from the Speaker that makes me the first ever representative to be barred from this chamber on non-session days, by a resulting press account that bears little resemblance to what actually occurred, and by a sustained effort to characterize principled advocacy as instability. I rise today to correct the record. In order to do that, I must give the true accounting of events. The bill at the center of this is HB 1633, the language of which has passed this floor with near unanimity 3 times. It simply requires that victims of sexual assault be informed of their rights under New Hampshire law. It creates no new rights. it creates no new crimes. This body most recently passed it on a roll call vote of 340 to 1. At the recent Senate Judiciary hearing on the bill, supporters of the bill, including 4 sexual assault survivors, were limited to 3 minutes, but opponents received 20 minutes and were called back for a second turn. Further, the chair spent a considerable portion of the hearing clearly confused about what the bill even did, and effect of, as he confirmed personally to me later, heavy lobbying by one organization beforehand. I was not in the room. I was in the public hallway outside of it, where I am not subject to House rules nor Senate rules, and where I broke no rules, which is why, in fact, I have not been accused of breaking any rules. I want you to try to imagine what it is like being a sexual assault survivor, having worked for 3 years for just the most basic of rights, in a hallway, watching yet again another institution meant to help survivors fail them. No, I was not quiet about that failure. I said one word, everyone's favorite cuss word, into the air by myself, directed at no one. No law enforcement or protective services spoke to me, and at no point was I escorted to or from anywhere. But for speaking my frustration to the ceiling, I received the first access ban in the recorded history of this body, citing not a decorum rule, but a criminal statute. A criminal statute that a speaker has no authority to enforce, imposed without a hearing, without findings, and without due process. I would invite this body to consider that discipline next to the record. Just 5 years ago, a sitting speaker of this House presiding over this body referred to a sitting member as a misogynistic slur on a live microphone. It disrupted public proceedings, but there was no ban, no committee removal, no invocation of a criminal statute. A sitting member this year has made an obscene gesture to a sitting governor from the floor during session, and another member of this body publicly called for a final solution on another member. A reference by any honest reading to a Nazi program of extermination, but no one has been banned, no one else. That last member is moving through a process that affords him notice, hearing, and the opportunity to respond. I am not asking that those members be treated more harshly than they are. I'm asking this body to notice that I was not afforded anything resembling what they were afforded for conduct that does not remotely compare, and that none of them have been punished the way that I have. So I would ask honestly, what is actually being punished here? Because it's not language. Let's drop the facade. A high conflict, high stress environment with 400 adults with larger than average egos. We use colorful language all the time. This building has a high tolerance for language when the speaker is the right kind of person, saying the right kind of thing in the right direction. What is being punished here is caring too loudly in the wrong hallway, on the wrong bill, on behalf of the wrong people, in opposition to the wrong group. That is not a matter of decorum. That is bad faith. And bad faith is the operating principle of too much of what happens in this building. We forget that we pass policy that impacts the real lives of 1.4 million people. We pretend bills are just pieces on a board to be moved for reputation, for clout, for leverage, for the preservation of relationships with lobbyists who prefer that survivors not know their rights. We pass or defeat bills on the basis of whose name is on it, or what makes the other team look bad, or what pleases our leadership, with what is in the best interest of the people often just being an afterthought. I am not telling any of you what you don't already know. When we treat the people of this state like pawns, and we do every day, the people we serve know. They know, and that is why they have stopped trusting us. The emperor wears no clothes, and the only thing more embarrassing than his nakedness is the number of us who have agreed to keep admiring the tailoring. I have been called erratic. I am not erratic. I am consistent. For 10 years in this body and for every year before it, my constituents know exactly who they elected. They elected me 5 times. They elected the woman who raises her voice when survivors are being procedurally silenced, because this is the woman they sent here to raise it. The problem is not that I am uncouth. It is that I am principled, and power hates principles, because the principled cannot be controlled. I cannot be bought. I cannot be manipulated. I cannot be intimidated. That is not a personal virtue. That is the job description my district wrote for me. And I intend to honor it for as long as they allow me to hold this seat. And that is their job description for me because they know that decorum is well and fine, but decorum alone is meaningless. It is not enough to curtsy to each other while we burn down the principles of good governance every day. They know that the ways in which we govern are often obscene, and that sometimes the only language that can describe that is obscenities. The 1,000 survivors a year in New Hampshire who leave hospitals without ever being told they had a right to evidence do not have the luxury of performing civility while their claims are procedurally strangled. Neither, therefore, do I. May we all learn to, like our constituents, take far more offense with bad faith governance than with colorful language. Whatever comes next, I will be here doing the work my constituents elected me to do. That decision is theirs alone and belongs to no one in this room. The only question is what this body chooses to stand for, because I am not going anywhere.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks from my friend from Newmarket are placed in the permanent journal. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. The House will attend unanimous consent. Representative Wade is recognized regarding Artemis II.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 22 days ago, the Artemis II mission launched the first manned spaceflight to the moon since 1972. There were many historic firsts that were accomplished over the course of the following 9 days. On board the SLS rocket was Victor Glover, the first person of color, Christina Koch, the first woman, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, the first non-US citizen, and Commander Reed Meisman, the oldest person to travel below low Earth orbit and around the moon. On April 6th, the astronauts on board broke the record for the furthest away humans have ever been from Earth, 252,756 miles from home. The Artemis program has been almost a decade in the making, building on the vast history of NASA missions that preceded it. And I have the honor to share that New Hampshire played an important part in ensuring that the astronauts returned safely home. In fact, all 50 states contributed towards the Artemis program through manufacturing, consulting, university research, and small businesses, including the small business that I work at. I don't get the chance to talk about this much, but when I'm not at the State House, I work at a small aerospace manufacturing company in Dover, New Hampshire, that works on high-temperature textiles for aircraft and spacecraft. And for the Artemis II mission, we actually manufactured the seals that go around the windows in the Orion capsule. So if you saw some of the photos that the astronauts took of Earth or of the moon, if you see the seal around that window, that came from Dover. So those seals are basically what prevents the high temperature plasma during re-entry and the coldness of space from getting into the space capsule and thankfully not frying the astronauts, which is much appreciated, I'm sure. So thankfully, those seals worked. And on April 11th, the astronauts began re-entry. For about 14 minutes, the Orion capsule was surrounded by plasma, and for a period of time, there was a blackout where no communications could get through to the crew. I remember I was watching live with my fiance, and cheered quite a bit when the first voice message finally came through after the blackout. I don't think I'll ever really lose the feeling of watching a rocket launch live, or especially a landing. So Yeah, the long-term goal of the Artemis missions is to establish a permanent human settlement on the moon, to better understand the origins of our universe, and to prepare for future human missions to Mars. Something that often gets overlooked is how much space exploration plays a direct part in improving our everyday lives in ways that we rarely appreciate. GPS, satellite internet, improvements in prosthetic limbs, farming, weather forecasting, cochlear implants, freeze-drying memory foam, which I greatly appreciate, advanced solar cells, and so many other inventions that were initially created under NASA. And then their uses were later expanded into commercial purposes and are used by billions of people around the globe every single day. And speaking of NASA-developed solar cells, I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Carol McGuire. I'm not sure if she's still in the room, but I was very interested to find out that she previously worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and personally installed the solar panels that are actually still in use on the ISS today. Artemis II is just the beginning of the next generation of human spaceflight. Artemis III is targeted to launch in mid-2027 with the goal of landing on the moon for the first time in over 50 years. And just as the Apollo missions inspired a generation of engineers and scientists, so too will the Artemis program. Seeing the international unity around humanity returning to the moon and the number of people uplifted by one of our greatest collaborative achievements makes me hopeful for the future of space exploration with New Hampshire along for the journey. From Alan Shepard to Krista McAuliffe, and many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the remarks from the representative from Dover be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Swanson is recognized regarding military service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January of 1970, my oldest brother kissed his pregnant wife goodbye and left for Vietnam. Us three oldest boys in the family had a bug for aviation, and Steve flew Huey and Cobra helicopters. Fortunately, he did return safe and sound to his wife and his young son in December of that year. Unfortunately, of the 27 chopper pilots who deployed with Steve to Vietnam, 9 did not come back alive. I turned 13. I turned 13 the year that Steve served his tour in Vietnam. Progress on the war was reported almost daily during those years, though it was a bit of a blur to me as I engaged in all sorts of heady pursuits of just growing up. I do remember a new statistic that began getting reported in the network news during that time: the daily body count. In all of history of war that I'd ever read or knew of, none had ever measured progress by body count. I remember wondering what number of bodies would qualify as a victory. I took my turn in military aviation 11 years later. I was qualified in the right seat of the F-111 and assigned to RAF Lakenheath in support of NATO. Our nation's strategic deterrence in that period led to removal of the Berlin Wall and ultimately the dissolution of the Soviet Union. My initial European tour lasted 6 years, but despite a number of military operations over those years, actual deployment to combat theater did not occur until 10 years later. In 1990, In 1990, I kissed my pregnant wife goodbye. And left home for Saudi Arabia. I was assigned to an elite group of electronic warfare officers planning Desert Storm and Desert Shield missions for the stealth fighter. Our base was too far from Iraq to be at risk from the north, but the threat assessment was high due to the number of Houthi rebels not far to the south. So I wore a 9mm Beretta at my side during nearly all of my working hours and kept it under my bed when I slept. Despite an unexpected extension in theater after the Allied invasion ended, I eventually returned stateside safely, as did all of the comrades who deployed with me. Through the decades of my life, I have observed or participated in a number of American military operations. Outcomes have varied from short, successful engagements with well-defined and easily achievable objectives, and long, drawn-out conflicts with goals that were sometimes murky. Through those decades, American military superiority in the world has never been questioned. And our armed forces have always performed any duty or assignment with near perfection. And through those decades, I have also been lectured again and again and again about the need for a strong military, as if that alone was sufficient to keep America the greatest nation on earth. Yet our technology and our strength did not prevent the fall of South Vietnam in 1975. Neither could it keep the Taliban from regaining power in Afghanistan in 2021, after 20 years of American involvement. The fortunes of war are fickle. Even the greatest leaders can fall victim to cultural pressures, hubris, greed, bad luck, or just bad judgment. It is easy for them to overemphasize military superiority while underestimating an enemy's strategic advantage and, most importantly, a defending nation's sheer will. Altogether, these things can undermine America's extraordinary power. The hardest part is having the wisdom to recognize that mistake and avoiding the temptation to merely apply more force. Worse yet, recovering from such mistakes can be hampered by pride, duplicity, and deceit. I ask you, always remember, emphasize the importance of military power, but never forget the importance of wise leadership. Regardless of our nation's military prowess, we must choose leaders carefully and hold them to account even after they are elected. We all benefit when they succeed, but we will all pay if they do not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I move that the remarks of the Speaker on military service be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Howard is recognized regarding autism awareness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Autistic People's Awareness Month, not Autism Awareness Month. We don't need you to be aware of us. That's why I'm asking all of you neurotypical people in the chamber today to come buy an autistic person a beer at Tandy's after this. Just kidding. But I'm going to tell you about my autism, because if you've seen me buried in my Mason's manual before, you can probably guess that I'm very passionate about the rules. I'm passionate about things being fair. That is the type of autism that I have. But my passion for fairness in our society is branded as immaturity. I cannot just let it go when things are not fair. Life's not fair, get used to it. People always tell me that. I don't think we have to accept that. That's why I'm in this room, to change that. When I was little, I was sent to the principal's office all the time, more than I'd like to admit. Not for bullying, not for cheating, but for getting frustrated about the rules when they were changed in the middle of a game or whatnot. My autism revolves around ensuring the rules are maintained and that things are fair. Now when I make a stink about the rules being broken, it's "you're so immature." Maybe I am immature, but if my immaturity is rooted in creating an equitable society, then that's probably necessary right now. We don't need a cure for autism. We don't need treatment. We don't need to be told to mask. We don't need people to just accept us, but to actually take a step back when we react a certain way or say a certain thing and try to understand where we are coming from. We are so tired of having to explain ourselves, the tone we use, how we react, our actions. We are tired of having our words twisted. Awareness is not just about recognizing autistic traits. It is about allowing them to exist in real life. We should not have to change who we are to make others comfortable. We are people who deserve the same level of respect as everyone else. We have jobs, we pay taxes, we play baseball, and we never stop working towards a world that isn't just aware of us, but one that is willing to accept us. Thank you.
There it is. Go ahead.
I move that the remarks by Representative Howard be put in the permanent journal. Thanks.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, vacate motions, receiving messages, and formings of committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until the call of the chair.